It began in Waterdeep. The task was simple. Deliver an assortment of arms along the high road, all the way from Waterdeep to the city of Neverwinter. However, an elite group was needed to complete this mission, for on the way, they would surely face all kinds of obstacles, be they monster or not. There was only one group who could complete this mission, led by Severus Arcona himself, the Arconanauts!
Okay. And I was going to say we should probably all start off the session where the Cormyrian party has left because, God, I don't know if I have it in me to bring up that again. Is there anything anyone particularly would have wanted to say to Crown Prince Ivril and the rest of the Cormyrian party before they darted off early in the morning?
Not particularly.
Just to reminds everybody.
I think Severus pretty much said everything he wanted to say.
Yeah.
Beforehand. He saw his fealty and was very pleased.
Yeah. So if Severus or anyone would have expressed interest in Cormyr, which I imagine definitely Severus would, but Forum definitely wouldn't have.
He'd make sure everyone knows that he wouldn't have.
He would have given you a map, Severus, which shows you some of the safer back roads which lead to Cormyr from like Baldur's Gate.
Oh shit. Awesome. Roger that.
Jurgen, in the morning before everyone have left, we'd be like, let's do a blessing to Ilmater to see you safe on your journeys, yes? And you would have led that with whoever wanted to join in. Crown Prince Ivril would have probably joined in and just to placate everyone.
Of course Severus would.
Crown Prince Ivril is a adherent to Lathander.
Ah, very good.
Yeah.
The Morning Lord.
What a mainstream weenie.
So they'd have all left off, and you would be back on the road.
Nice. Oh
Lathander's
yeah, we're so close.
Lathander's the white man's god, really, isn't he?
The white bread god.
Yeah.
Like Pedro. That was Pedro's god.
Pedro was his own god.
So, you'd be at the camp. You're about... Let's have a look. You're about 20 miles from Thornhold.
Fuck yeah.
It's probably quite early in the morning, maybe about 6 or 7.
Why do they wear?
I assume we need to take off rations.
Yes, if you would like to take off your rations and the horses' rations for the day.
How many rations do I take off?
So
Oh god, we've got a baby, haven't we?
yes, you do have a baby.
Why
And
do we have a
goats.
baby again?
Goats, yeah. Fucking
Um,
hell.
At the beginning of last session, you saved a baby that was going to be eaten
Oh,
by
yeah.
ogres.
I forgot about that.
I was like, why do we have 19.5 rations? Oh god. Oh, how many do I take off? I got one. Severus, Parath, Lasadi, the short one, Horace, Jurgen. That's 6.
There's
Juliet.
Juliet.
That's 7. And then the baby. I assume we're not feeding Glarfallen, or are we?
You're not feeding Garfallen.
Okay, so 7.5. We're taking off. The Arconanauts. So that takes us down to 12. Horses, we have 6 again. 1, 2, 5, 6. Yeah. So horse feed goes down to 15. Goat feed goes down to 16.
I forgot we
2.
encountered the Cicero guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just looking through the accountants thing.
Super creep.
Sometimes I forget to share things, so
Okay. Rations and horse feed and goat feed have been amended.
nice. So looking on the map, it's probably quite deceptive, this map, because it probably looks like you have to get up and then down, but actually you can go the coastal way.
Ooh,
So the coastal way is about 10, 12 miles. You can actually see Thornhold in the very distance, straddling the coastline on a sort of, is it archipelago? Can't remember. Yeah, that sticks out, and you can see its grey walls.
Today we reach Thornhold, Arconanauts.
Do you plan on taking us the coastal way?
It would that be that? Yes.
So it's a road, like it's a proper road, but it's not the main road.
Oh. Well, Master of Nature, what would you recommend?
I will say I'm less familiar with coastal passages, but if it's faster,
I think speed is of benefit here. We'll take the coastal road.
okay.
Okay. So you see Horace, Master of Carts, pull up the cart. I assume Severus jumps on the cart next to him,
Absolutely.
and you pull off once again back to the road. Can someone roll me a perception check, and someone roll me a survival check for the sort of 10-mile journey which you're making?
I got a 17 on my survival.
Okay.
Severus would like to do the perception because he's taking his now nightly duties very seriously.
Well, I'm gonna have some apple sours. Maybe that'll wake me up.
18.
So, Parath, this whole journey, the road is a lot more rocky, and there's like croppings, sort of, which would have bashed up the cart pretty badly. But you managed to point most of them out before there is an unfortunate collision with them. You've sort of surpassed the bad things that could have happened on this road. I'm just going to.
We find 3 gold and 1
Sheep.
lantern.
So about halfway along the journey, was it Severus who rolled the perception check?
Yee.
You see a man walking in the distance. He just seems on his own. He seems to be walking. I'll get down here.
Is he walking on the path?
He is walking on the path.
Towards us or away from?
Towards you.
Okay.
He looks quite small. He's wearing a large cloak. From here you can work out that he's got some little glasses on.
Aw. What a cutie pie. Take us to a slow trot, Master of Cart. I don't want to worry our new acquaintance.
Okay, Severus. And he sort of slows down the cart, and I assume Nasadi slows down the cart at the back in tandem.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, Severus would call out.
Yeah.
Hello, friend!
You see this guy walking down the road.
Oh.
He's like, "Yeah, what's up, man?"
Oh God, didn't expect that voice.
Not much. The day finds us well, and I hope you too.
You he looks down the train. You into like buying stuff? I've got some stuff here I can sell.
If it suits our purpose, then dealing with a merchant would be most welcome.
Well, you in the drawing or, writing? That's kind of my dealio. Name's Albert Arango. What about you? And your train here?
My name is Sir Severus Arcona, and these are the Arconanauts. Our illustrious band is traveling north. We certainly have members among us who are interested in drawing and other such. He holds up his hand. Halt, Arconauts! We shall shortly deal with this gentleman. He's selling goods.
He's like, "Yeah, everyone crowd round if you want to buy." And he shoves his hand into this big bag and pulls out a bunch of paper. Just seems to be no particular organization to it. Okay. Let me just get up his little inventory.
What was his name?
Albert Arango.
Albert Arango. Yeah, written down.
Oh fuck, where is it? Guides? Oh, there it is. So, let me see what else I can tell you about you looking at this man.
He's actually a beholder.
No, he is definitely not a beholder. He looks about late 30s. It's odd to see someone wearing these types of glasses. They look very fancy. And when you compare it to sort of the rest of what he looks like, they don't seem to fit at all. There's no consistency. So he's like, "Yeah, I got," and he pulls out the paper. He's got paper, parchment, and you adventurous?
Yes, we partake in adventure.
He puts his hand in and rattles around in his bag some more. He's like, "I've got this map. Might lead to some pretty interesting things up on the high road." If you go looking, that is.
May
like
I?
a treasure map?
Oh, I wasn't gonna say it exactly because I haven't found it myself, so I don't know if it's treasure. But yeah, you could call it a treasure map.
So it could be a latrine map for all you know.
What's a latrine?
Captain, I must protest. Why are we wasting time talking to treasure hunters?
Well, I was mostly thinking of our good cleric of Ilmater, Jurgen. Do you wish to stock up?
Yes, I have much need for fine inks and quills and such for my masterpieces. And he like smiles at Severus.
Indeed. While you're working out a agreeable deal, I don't think there's any harm in simply perusing the map.
It's only he holds it up like behind his head. He's like, "It's 1 silver piece, man."
That's practically an act of charity. Here, he tosses in 1 silver piece.
Gives you the map.
Severus pretends to be all cool, but is actually quite keen to look at it.
Do a history check.
Oh yeah. +4.
So you look at the map. You're like, oh, this doesn't really look that useful. But then you spot somewhere you know that looks kind of like somewhere in Ampvale. It's called the Shire. And it says there's a large willow tree on the map, which you think you can kind of remember from your visits there.
Perhaps something worth investigating in the future.
Yeah, well, I've got more where that came from if anyone wants any more. Full of treasures, me. And then you can see Jurgen's like dealing with him and the inks and quills. He probably would have bought like 30 GP's worth of stuff. Lewis, if you're keeping track of
Yeah.
that.
With like paper and ink, right?
Yeah.
Paper.
Do you have any painting supplies?
Well, if you can paint an ink, man.
I suppose.
He'd hold out like this blue and black ink and be like, plenty of masterpieces being painted with ink, man. Like the and he just kind of stops, doesn't say anything.
I'll take the blue and some paper.
So he's selling it for 2 silver pieces a sheet of paper and 10 gold pieces an ounce of ink.
He'll take 10 gold of the ink and 10 gold of the paper. So,
Looks-
sorry, just adding. Ink. Paper. So, 5 per gold, so 50 sheets.
What would be 20 gold of that? Sorry, maths is my brain.
100 sheets.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Sorry? Well, Deep Hunter is correct, of course. We don't wish to delay our quest. If
Oh,
there's
yeah,
nothing else.
Well, seeing as to such good customers, there's a bridge before the Thornhold. I've heard there's been bandits, yeah, at the bridge, so better watch out. That's what I'm saying. Oh, they let me pass because I'm pretty cool, but yeah.
Can Paraf do an insight check?
Yeah, of course.
Severus will not.
16.
Is Nasadi doing it as well?
Yeah, hang on. Oh no, press the wrong place.
Oh, guys and girls, we've got
What?
rolling dice and normal shit with our
Oh,
Arconanauts.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yee!
Did it, roll 20.
So, Nasadi, you can't really work this guy out. He's like, why would he lie about bandits being at a bridge? But Paraf, you get the idea that this guy might be, for a better term, he might be trolling you. You get the idea there might not be any bandits and he's just fucking with you.
Parath would lean in to Severus and say,
Captain, I think he is trying to deceive you.
Deception. Severus, slightly uses his left hand to slightly draw his blade out of his sheath. It's just like, sir, we've dealt with you in good faith. I would hate to think deception was going to pass between us.
Hey man, there may or may not be bandits up there. I was just trying to, make you be careful. That's what that's what a Rango does, man.
Why exactly were you trying to make us be careful?
Well, it slow you down. That's pretty funny.
We are on a most important task. Your slowing us down could lead to the deaths of many. You dishonor yourself.
So looks around. He's like, yeah, well, as I said, I'm going to be on my way, so catch you fools later. And he tries to start half walk, half running down the road.
Yeah, Severus doesn't stop him.
you just Parath.
So, you see Garthorlum, he looks back and he's like, who the fuck was that?
A fool, but a supplier of quality goods, I suppose. Well spotted, Deep Hunter.
Well, let's crack on. Want to get to this phone hole right quick. And he sort of bashes the back of a wagon.
Yeah.
Alright, mount up, on we go.
So, after that ordeal, you travelled about 7 miles, and you can now you can see Thornhold in its full glory. So it's a large fortress. Which is made out of grey stone with thick curving walls and a 2-towered central keep which juts up from the sort of rocky crag on which it's built from. The traffic sort of coming down the road is pretty light from what you've seen. You haven't really seen many traders come out this side of the Thornhold. As you look on and get a bit closer, you can tell that Thornhold's built on a sort of. I'm trying to explain what it looked like. The cliffs in Seaford.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine a huge part just juts out.
Damn.
And so the fortress can't be assaulted from any side, but the side that you're coming into, which the large main gate is at.
Jesus.
As you get closer, you can see that the fortress walls, they're utterly without adornment or ornamentation, and there's only crenellations and arrow slits which break through the solid face of the stone. And as you get closer, I will move you over to the Thornhold.
And comparing it to the fucking Grudgehold. It's great.
So yeah, it kind of looks like this.
Mm-hmm. Really big.
Yeah, pretty big. So you'd be coming down this road here. This bit up here, this gate doesn't exist. I'll tell you that. It just keeps going on. But everything else looks kind of like this map would suggest.
Okay.
So is there anything? So as you're looking out, whoever can you roll a who's got the highest passive perception?
I've got 12.
Probably not Severus. 11.
Passive perception 15.
So Nasadi, looking past all the other carts, everyone else just seems to be really distracted, and just impressed by how huge this building is up here and how it sticks out into the air. You'd see that there's the gate and sort of portcullis at the moment are fully down, and you can see two guards properly standing outside. They look like this.
Mm.
Damn.
Nice.
So I assume the wagon train keeps moving right up to the gate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I assume as long as they're not getting hostile about it.
So as the wagon draws up, you can see that one of the dwarven guards is trying to signal you down. His armor looks thick and made for purpose. There's no what do you call it? There's no added decoration for decoration's sake. It's all completely functional.
Nice. Yep, as he's signalling, Severus would definitely slow the carts down and pull over.
So does he step off the cart as the guard is approaching the wagon?
Yep. And he says, "Hail, sir!
What's your business in the Thornhold?
We travel on the orders of Lady Naxora Shalzar. We bring goods to the Thornhold. We bring..." Oh god, Tom has to remind himself.
There's a letter.
There is a letter. Well done for
True,
remembering.
true. But the arms are just going to Neverwinter Strongbox. Yeah, it's just the goods. We bring goods and supplies to the Thornhold. We travel from Waterdeep. We've come a long way.
Waterdeep? You're not of the Margister family, are you?
No, sir. I am Sir Severus Arcona, and these are my Arconanauts.
If
He
anyone,
gestures quite grandly behind him.
if anyone would like to do a history check to see who the Margister family are, you can do so.
Yep.
What?
Comfy.
So that's pretty good. Pretty good. Parath.
Yeah, it's rolling.
Parath, I think you would know. You just know the sort of sigil of the house, but you wouldn't really know who they were.
Yep.
So for many years, so both Nasadi and Severus would know, but for many years, the Knights of Samular, an order of Tyran paladins, which I don't know what they are, founded by some guy, used Thornhold as a base, but it used to be the property of the Margister family. But about a century ago, it was overtaken by the Zentarim, the whole of the Thornhold, and they enslaved a clan of dwarfs named the Stone Shaft clan, who about 50 years ago rose up and took the Thornhold from the Margister family, and there is very, very bad sentiment between the Stoneshaft dwarfs and the Margisters.
Okay. What was the name of the knights?
Knights of Samular.
Used to.
So And it's
So
wide.
they were Tyr, They worship Tyr. Is
Yeah,
that what it means?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool then.
So like a lot of people in Waterdeep know that the Margisters feel like they still have a right on the Thornhold. Like it should be their possession, and it would definitely be like the location between Neverwinter and Waterdeep is no wonder they want it. And I'll show you this.
Well, Gaster. Got it. Horde of Tyrannus Samular Academy. That's it. Oh my god. Ebenezer.
But in when you did you mention the supplies or the letter?
The supplies. Where did we find the letter?
You found it on a dead courier. Or a dying courier, should I say?
And did it say?
It had a name on it.
Watchmaster
Ruby Eye.
Yeah, he'd mentioned that. We also found a sealed letter addressed to your Watchmaster, Watchmaster Ruby Eye.
Looks. Aye, Master Ruby Eye. Those supplies. And he looks at the other guard. Ah, you're right on time. Not a day late and not a day early. That's what we like to see.
Well, the Arconanauts complete their duty with no delay.
Right. And with the Master Ruby, Watchmaster Ruby Eye, he's up at the Thornhold garrison. Seeing as you've got the supplies, wheel round the carts to the stables. They're just to the right as you go in.
Thank you, sirs.
Yeah, and you see the other dwarf runs off to sort of pull the mechanism, and after a few minutes, the sort of portcullis swings open, and the carts can roll in.
Hell yeah!
Ooh.
And so you notice after you go in, they close the gates right behind you again.
Okay. Well, another leg of our journey completed, Arconanauts. Well done to all.
What was Nsadi going to say?
Hang on, I'm lagging.
Lagging or bagging? Fuck me. What am I gonna do with the fucking baby?
I think Juliet's thinking the same thing.
You have to palm it off on someone. Ever wanted a baby? Here you go.
One baby coming up.
Maybe
Okay,
fry up.
Yeah, so just gonna say basically what we're gonna do while we're here. We're gonna stay here, or it's early in the morning, isn't it?
I assumed it'd be about midday-ish.
It would be about midday now. It took like a bit of a day to travel to the 10 miles to the Thornhold. I'll just update.
Or did you want to head out straight away?
Well, I think we deserve a night's rest. And he kind of like smirks at his own joke.
Horace would be like, that's a good one, Severus.
Thank you. Yes, but we should rest. It's been rough on the road at times. We need to see the Watchmaster. We need to properly drop off our supplies. And potentially restock, regroup a little. Is there anything you want to do in the settlement, Nasadi?
Not particularly.
So I would say, everyone entering, can you do perception checks as you're sort of on the other side within the shroud of the castle? So, Nasadi, you're just a bit busy, a bit like relieved to be off the road with all these from the Arconauts. But Severus, for a place this big and midday especially, and you do see like market stalls sort of a bit further on.
Mhm.
You notice it's not very busy, which is probably a bit strange.
It's quiet here. Well, that's not just me, right? This seems quieter than it should be.
I guess that's abnormal for a city this large, or town city. Yeah.
I know it's not Waterdeep, but yeah, there should be more people around.
Maybe they're just down the mines, doing the old dwarfy thing. They don't like being out in the sunlight.
Perhaps you're right. And we need to see the Watchmaster. This missive could be time sensitive.
Have we still got the body on our wagon?
You do, yes. No, wait, which body?
I thought, did the woman that took all the drugs die? I can't remember.
You don't have Jeb Jr.'s body, but you have
No.
a half-dead halfling with you, I think.
He's not dead yet!
I said half-dead.
Which reminds me, Jurgen, we should find somewhere to see if they have better healing capabilities than us for our beleaguered maiden.
Oh, yes, of course. Liz, have you got his character sheet up? Can you roll him a religion check? Oh, fuck. He would say, I have heard of a monastery here in Thornhold of Baronar True Silver. Looks around. I assume you all know her. Paraf probably wouldn't have heard of her. Nasadi definitely not. Severus might have. He'd know some basics about her. She's known as the revered mother, or the mother of safety in the dwarven pantheon, and she was Moradin's bride. And I'll show you this.
Oh, sexy.
I was half expecting the fucking jugs lady.
Yeah. But with that symbol over the boobs.
It's like, there is a temple of true silver here. Maybe we can find her healing there.
Well, that should be our first stop then. This is her life that hangs in the balance. We'll have to carry her. The carts should stay in the stables.
Have you rounded the carts to the stables yet? It's quite an open area right next to the gates. You can see this dwarf tending to some smaller ponies.
Yeah, he would. Severus would definitely have directed the carts to the stables.
So as you go in, Severus, this guy's like, "Oh, what are you doing over there?"
Sir, we were directed here by your gate guardsman. We need to stable our carts, and we've come to deliver goods to the city.
Oh, good you say. Is it from Waterdeep, yeah?
That's correct. You expecting us?
Very right on time you are, yeah. My name's Albarak.
Sir Severus Arcona, at your service. These are the Arconanauts.
Or Arcona, who what? What? You like a submarine, yeah?
The Arconanauts, Sir, we've done great deeds and have many more ahead of us. And we've delivered
Right.
these goods in good faith to your door.
I bet you have. I still find it a bit, you coming here in these times. It's a bit, we appreciate it, mate. If you just get the horses over there and I can arrange the transfer of goods.
What times do you mean?
Well, it's been a bit, airy here recently with the old disappearances.
Disappearances?
Yeah, haven't you heard?
Sir, we've only just arrived at the city.
You could have heard on the road. Things travel, don't they?
Well, we haven't. If you could enlighten us.
Well, the thing is, some people saying that the old Margaster family stealing people off the streets. Ain't no dwarves though. It's all sort of gestures at you, not Irvo. And he points at what's the name? Oh, what's the dwarf's name? Can't remember.
Henrietta.
Yeah, Henrietta. He points at Henrietta and Garthorne. You're safe. And he sort of half chuckles, and then he sort of like sighs, like, ugh.
Well, if anything comes for me, I'll be sure to show them the true steel of the Arconanauts. Will it cost? What will it cost for stabling our carts?
Well, seeing as you're delivering supplies, nothing. You might want to talk to old Commander Ruby Eye. Let him know you're here, and he's been inspecting them.
We're on our way there, sir. Thank you. If you can facilitate the transfer of goods, that would be most appreciated.
Wouldn't get your hopes up. It's going to happen before before the end of the day. Like,
That's...
gotta, the custom officials gotta go through it. There's some bad sentiment here about Water Deepians or Water Davians or whatever you're called.
Well, I'm sure it's unearned. That's fine. We will. We were considering staying the night anyhow. I assume we'll be offered lodgings by your watchmaster.
Well, he might not provide them, but I'll give you a little tip if you want.
Always happy to receive information.
There's a right lovely drinking hall called the Hall of Eternal Glory. It's one of the only ones open at the moment.
See.
So yeah, maybe stay there.
Well, if that's what's available to us, perhaps.
And I suppose you folks, and he looks around at all of you, thinking of visiting in the market? Hall of Eternal Glory, yeah. I'm just going to roll to see if that guy sort of notices. No, he doesn't.
Maybe. What stuff do they sell there?
Well, the thing is, if you cast your look out there, the market's closed, but some idiots have stayed open, so maybe you'll be able to go there.
Okay.
I don't mean idiots, I mean businessmen. And he sort of looks around.
Well, thank you, sir. We'll be on our way. We have things to do.
All right. Anything special you want from the horses?
If you can, Master of Cart, what would you say?
Maybe we should ask them if we're going to get restocked, Commander.
Well, Yes, we've been making do on the road with our supply of feed. Perhaps the generosity of the city could extend to our steeds.
Well, I'll look after him well, lovely like, but Commander Ruby Eye's in charge of dealing out the goods. I assume he's got something in store for you. So talk to him. He'll talk to me, and I'll give you what you can.
Of course. Thank you. Severus turns on the spot and starts walking.
And I'll say, don't forget to feed the goats.
Goats? Oh, it's lovely to have him here. Reminds me of down in the old stone hold, the stone shaft hold. I mean, he like looks around. He's like, not many people know there's actually a dwarven hold beneath this city, and he like winks.
Yep, Sally turns around.
You can see him like pat one of the horses pretty roughly. He's like, "You're a good girl, aren't you, or boy?" And then he sort of wanders off with it.
No.
I'm not a smart man. Well, Arconanauts, we've made it here. Well done to one and to all. Jurgen and I need to take the body of the halfling woman to the Temple of True Silver to see if they can heal her. I then plan to take the found missive to the commander in the fortress, but if you wish to... I think we should stay a night. Yes, it sounds as if we'll need that time to have the carts properly unloaded anyway, and we deserve a night in a bed under a roof. Severus looks slightly flustered. Right. Well, I wouldn't ever wish to block such customs, Deep Hunter. You are a great warrior. I think this is a grand idea. We'll aim to spend time there. If anybody wishes to explore the market or otherwise explore, they are free to do so, though I would like us to stay at least in pairs. This news of disappearances has me slightly concerned. If you wish to accompany... Excellent. If you wish to accompany Jurgen and I, you are welcome to do so. Otherwise, if we aim to make sure we all meet at the Hall of Eternal Glory by nightfall, I shall see you then and there.
Okay. Yeah, and Sally nods.
Okay. So who's planning to go where? If people asked Albarak, he would have told you where places in the city were.
Yeah.
Okay. Who's he taking with him? Or no one? Okay. Horace would definitely agree. He would have also told you what we were. So the Ironheart Armory is obviously an armory. Like shields, armor, weapons. Polished Stone is a sort of a gem cutters and jewelry shop. And Bubbles Baubles is a general store.
I think Sally's going to go see the market.
So the marketplace it's like set up, but it looks like no one's attending the outside festivities. And Albarak would have told you that only a few shops have remained open.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly.
She wants to go and see why they've stayed open.
So would she be looking for like sort of random people and ask, "Oh,
Yeah.
the shops that have remained open.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she'd have to go to the shops and ask, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
Who's she taking with her?
If you drag your tokens out, it might be a bit easier to work
Don't
out
know.
who's going where.
Or is she disobeying Severus's command?
I think Nasari would think that she could probably get away if something was chasing her.
Fair enough.
I'll just drag everyone out so we can decide where we're all going.
Russ is going. Jürgen to the temple. Tris.
Where's Garfallen? Juliet would have also come with you and Horace Paraff.
With the baby.
Yeah, with the baby. Who else is there? Jürgen's going with Severus.
What the fuck are we gonna do with the baby?
Who else is there? Is that everyone? 1, 2, 7. I'm missing someone. No, I'm not. JJ's dead. Okay. So I guess Henrietta would just kind of be following Nasadi, not really 100%. Oh no, she would be with Thingamajig. That's who I'm forgetting about. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So Garfallen would be like, yeah, it's better to be back in society, am I right? Henrietta, and she's like, oh, it's definitely here. Never been to a dwarf hall before. And he's like, I'll show you the sights. Okay. So which little adventuring troop do we want to do first?
Roll for it.
Yeah. So
1,
1,
2.
2, Severus, 3, 4, Ironheart Armory, and 5, 6, Nasadi, Henrietta, and Garf. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So Severus and Jürgen walk up to this. The building looks much like it does. It's got a bit more decoration than the rest of the city. On the top, there's 2 large rings of like a sort of statue of a picture that you can see in the journal. Jürgen's like, it's nice to be back in real society, Severus.
That it is. Though the road holds great adventure and glory in our deeds, it feels right to have sturdy walls at our backs. And I dearly hope we can find refuge for her. And he looks down, he's holding the lady in his arms.
Yeah, poor little mite. I'm sure Ilmater's glory or Baranar's glory will protect her, yes. I will also pray for her and maybe do some drawings.
Right. Well, if you wouldn't mind knocking, my hands are full.
Jürgen goes up to the door. Liz, can you roll him a perception check before he knocks? Don't worry.
Sorry?
So before Jürgen goes to knock, he sees a sort of note hammered into the great wooden door. He reads it and he's like, oh, it seems they have gone into cloister, as it were.
Oh. I think our need is potentially quite dire.
Continues reading the note. It says one Weistelin Orbreit, who's a Fëanor Barona, is manning the temple. And she is usually found at... And she's like, the Hall of Eternal Glory.
A drinking hall. The drinking hall.
Yes. Sort of sighs. You'd think in a time of disappearances there'd be more need for religious relief. Praise be to Ilmatar.
I always thought that the other pantheons were similar. Now I wonder if they really are. Drinking and carousing midday is part of their worship.
Isn't that what dwarves do? Drink and carouse, Severus?
That's very small-minded of you to say, Jurgen. I'm ashamed of you bringing that up.
I'm sorry, Severus. In Damara, there are strange... Well, it is a small country of small minds.
You are, of course, forgiven, my friend. Well, we need to see to her. Perhaps we should head to the drinking hall?
In Ilmater's name, let's wander up the road along the... Praise be to him. And he looks down.
And to Tom.
Okay. So we'll leave them there, travelling up to the Hall of Eternal Glory for now.
Wait, did they drop off the body at the temple then?
No,
They blanked
Ceres
out.
is still carrying it. They're just walking through the streets holding this.
Why are they going up there? I completely blanked out for a second.
Because the note said that
That-
the lady in charge can usually be found at the Hall of
Oh,
Eternal
okay.
Glory. Severus
So-
is not very impressed by.
So Severus and Jurgen, as you're walking up there, you've noticed that a lot of the dwarves that you do see, there's few of them, but they'd sort of like steer away from you, and some even like do a half jog down the roads, just like they. So you think there's quite a tension in the city. Okay, so now we'll go to Nasadi, Henrietta, and Garfallen.
Okay. Yeah.
So what's Nasadi doing? Is she visiting any of these shops?
Probably. Well, what is Bubbles Baubles? What's in there?
It's like a general store.
Okay. Polished stone.
It's a jewelry shop and like gem shop.
Probably. Well, maybe the gem shop. She likes what's her little hobby? Mineralogy. There you go.
Okay. So not a general store, just
No.
a gem shop. Okay. So, as you go into a gem store, you can see a sort of old, like feeble dwarf sitting at the chair. He's got a loupe, staring at these gems. Sees you come in. He's like, "Oh, hello there."
She is going to walk over. So, is this a store? It looks rather messy.
Well, I don't do this work for the money. I do it for my own enjoyment. When you
That's
have
right.
a lifetime of goods, they just accumulate, you know?
That's true. You could accumulate plenty of gems, and they're beautiful. Do you have any? Oh God, what is mineralogy? It's just minerals.
Jewelry.
Do you have any minerals? Jewelry
Uh,
with minerals.
I have a whole collection of them. I have a collection of uncommon gems. Are there any you're particularly looking for? They're all well worked. In Dumafoyn's name.
She's gonna like pull out her little collection. Only if you have anything other than these already. So her collection's probably not big.
Okay. Germs, no. Okay, has a look in his collection. How much are you looking to spend, dear?
Let me have a look. I don't know. You tell me a rough price.
Oh, he goes around and gets this huge box out and sort of like dumps it down, opens it up, and before you see gems and all forms of habits, and he's like, well, it can go from anything to 10 gold pieces to 25,000 gold pieces. Oh, well, I assume you're not looking for that one, but because I don't have it here, because I wouldn't keep that here.
Cocks a little eyebrow at that. Well, certainly not that high of a price. I'm not made of money. How about in the range of 50 gold?
50 gold. Looks for his little collection. Do you know much about gemstones?
Hannah doesn't.
Can you roll her hobby check, and
Yeah.
and how well she does, we'll say she says something along those lines.
Ooh.
Okay. So he'd be like, "Whoa, most interesting. It's not often that a non-dwarf has such a fascination in gems. I highly encourage it myself."
I would encourage others as well. It's a beautiful hobby to have.
He holds one up. It's like, this is an Eratios. It's tinted yellow. It's got damburite in some worlds, but normally 50 gold pieces. But seeing as you're so knowledgeable and so keen, I could give it to you for 40.
That sounds like it would be a very good addition to my collection. I'm going to take away 40.
Yeah. And he's like, why don't you take this as well? And he, I didn't see it in your little collection. And he gives you a rhodochronsite.
Nice.
And he's like, well, you got to start somewhere. But again, you don't want, he gestures around, you don't want your house to look like this at my age.
No. I think that'll do for now. I don't want to be drained dry of money.
Well, it's an expensive hobby, but one that I enjoy.
I hope to find more out in the wilderness, as it were.
Ah, yes. Sentimental value.
Exactly. Certainly take an addition to my collection where I can, though. Thank you.
Have you ever visited the Thornhold before, dear?
I haven't.
You come in distressing times.
I have heard. It was disappearances. Wait, we've heard of that, didn't we? That was the stable guy said that, yeah.
Yeah. The guard encouraged me to close, but, well, I don't do this for money. I do it for my own fascination.
Is it that much of a threat out there? What manner of... What nature is the threat? Do you know? Any rumours?
Sort of look shy and do persuasion check.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think he would tell you. He's like, I haven't seen anything myself, but since the beginning of last month, there's over 150 non-dwarves who've gone missing.
Only non-dwarves?
From what I've heard, yes.
Hmm.
Have you visited Bubbles Baubles?
I haven't. Is it open?
Yes, that girl is. And he sort of looks around. She is not the most intelligent, and two of her friends went missing. Maybe she.
Perhaps I'll ask her about it.
Yes, he's like, she's endearing enough. But thank you for coming, dear.
Thank you. And she sort of stares at her little collection. Nice little addition.
He sort of gives you a warm smile.
Yeah.
And Garforlum's like, this place must be.
There's need of an update, I'd say. And she's walked out by this point.
Yeah. She's like, well, it's nice to be in that shithole we're in before.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll jump over to Parath and Juliet and Horace going to the Ironheart Armory.
On the way, Parath would have looked down at sorry, Horace and Juliet, who I imagine sort of chatting to themselves, and he would have said,
"You might want to think about finding a place to stay here, girl, with that child. The road is no place for one such as you.
Me or the baby?
Both of you."
They said that non-humans were disappearing, though, Parath.
Fair point.
I maybe Leylon. I've heard that it's safe there, and Horace said that he'd always come back to see me. She looks over at Horace.
You do not wish to end up like your brother.
She's like, oh, but she. No, you're right.
He died a warrior's death.
I think he would have. If he had to go anyway, I think it was good that it was that way. At least I can tell Dad that he died for something noble.
This is the best kind of death that any of us can ask for. However, I do not expect you to be so lucky if we are to be engaged in combat again.
I've seen more than in these few days. I've seen more than I have in my whole life of combat and death. At least we saved. She looks down at the baby.
It would be wise for both of you to get off of this mission as soon as you are able to.
Well, I'll travel with you to Carnath Roadhouse or Leylon.
Do as you wish. This is just my thoughts.
I'm not sure what to do with the baby, though. And Horace is kind of like, looks at Parath. He's like, yeah, can we leave it here? I'm not sure.
he looks around, he's like,
Here is a city. I'm sure there are plenty of parents looking for a child to adopt. Seems like a place better than anywhere on the road.
It is true. Maybe Severus found a place that we can hand her to.
Perhaps.
Okay.
fucking throat is hurting today.
So, as you walk up to this shop, it's very stout and it looks like someone's put a lot of effort into the exterior. There's weapons on display even outside, so whoever makes this is quite proud that they won't get stolen.
Yeah.
Hail.
So as you enter, he's like,
I come looking to both buy and sell goods.
What are you looking to sell? My name is Euphoric.
He sort of nods.
Deep Hunter.
Proud name. For a proud man, I assume.
Indeed. As is yours.
He kind of looks around to the weapons outside.
So, do a... what would be that? You just do a wisdom check, Haraf.
Yeah. 9.
So, from what you can tell, they're pretty good quality.
Okay.
They don't particularly stand out to you, but
Yeah.
you definitely think this guy, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Fine craftsmanship.
As all dwarven craftsmanship should be.
In my experience, that is true.
He kind of
Yeah.
plonks this huge great sword on the table, and then he reaches into his backpack and starts pulling off the pieces of plate armor and just placing them on the table.
Okay. He would
I wish to be done with these.
just getting up his shopping catalogue.
Oh, yeah.
Also, something I noticed in adventuring gear the other day is something that we've slightly been doing wrong, and it actually makes sense because we've been doing it wrong the entire time, is that equipment should always be sold at half its cost, unless you like...
Oh, okay.
Because it makes... I was like, how the fuck are they going to make profit otherwise?
Yeah.
But
So
obviously you can persuade them up.
It was plate, right?
Plate and the great sword. So I believe that should be... Oops, sputter.
I found it.
Nice.
He's going to examine the armor. So he has a look at it. It's like, where was this forged?
Let me just get Paris' backstory up quickly. So Lewis can remember. Internet's so slow today. Sorry.
I've always wanted to make a dwarf city, so I'm so glad that I got the opportunity.
Oh my god, Roll20 load. Hold on, let me open it in my documents that I've saved. Sorry. Where is he? Parath. There we go.
This piece of armor was forged in Gauntlegrim. I assume you have heard of the stronghold.
Yes. Near Neverwinter.
Indeed.
Looks at the armor. It's like, we can give you 800 for the plate. No, wait.
I'm going to say 800. Is that right?
It's half the cost, isn't it?
How much is plate?
1,500.
Damn. Yeah, you're right.
He's also doing it up because he knows of Gauntlet Grim.
Yeah.
And the sword was forged there too.
He nods.
Looks at it. Where is it? Do you know the normal price for that? I can't.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
Okay.
Oh, I've got it. I found it. Oh.
It is 50 gold pieces usually.
So he'd offer you 30.
Okay. He'd accept that. So in total that is 830 gold pieces.
He's like, Goliath craftsmanship is fine. Almost as fine as the dwarfs.
He sort of nods in respect, but doesn't say anything.
What were you looking for yourself?
I am to head out on the road. We have experienced more danger than I would have expected upon the high road. I come to prepare myself.
So,
Parath would ask him for... He wants a heavy crossbow.
Okay.
He wants a case for the crossbow bolts, and he wants 20 crossbow bolts. Which I believe...
Have you found those schemes?
Yes.
Because
I
he
have.
does like you at the moment, but he would
Currently,
just
the
charge
heavy
up.
crossbow is 50 gold pieces.
Mm-hmm.
And then... Bear with me. Crossbow case is 1 gold piece, so 51, and then the ammunition is bolt is also 1 gold piece, so it'd be 52 gold pieces in total.
He'd after you told him, he'd collect it around, wait for you to like have a look at it.
Mm-hmm. And I look at it and see if I can see if it's quality.
Yeah, of course.
Wisdom or perception?
Yes. I'll do wisdom. So yeah,
14.
you can tell this is very high quality. It's quite boutique. You wouldn't expect it. The sort of craftsmanship of like anywhere in Waterdeep. Oh no, Roll 20's dead.
Oh, really?
My one's dead.
Still up for me. Currently.
I tried to refresh. So yeah, he would 50 gold pieces for all of that.
Okay, let me add that quickly then to my D&D Beyond.
Uh-oh. Am I dead?
I can still hear you.
Maybe he can't hear us.
Maybe. It's a good shout.
Sometimes that happens.
Christ's sake.
Maybe restart your
Ground
internet.
control to Major K.
What else did I need? So useful having. You guys should. Well, you probably already do it, Tom. But Hannah, you should get like the equipment and stuff open in from the player's handbook and stuff on D&D Beyond. Because I think it's all. I think that stuff's all free on D&D Beyond, right, Tom? Like the player's handbook and.
I think it might be, yeah.
What? Why? What for?
Just useful for just looking up what stuff does, and if you're like looking for exactly like prices on stuff, it's quite handy to have the page open. Like chapter 5 equipment in the player's handbook.
God, Roll 20 just... Oh, why won't it open?
Maybe trying a different browser.
I've tried Firefox and Google Chrome.
It's fine for me, so maybe it's probably on your internet, maybe?
I don't think it's like in... No, I think it might be the server.
Let me check if it's gone down according to...
I'm just going to go to the toilet.
Well, there is a lot of reports within the last 10 minutes. I don't think what else to buy.
So we get the nice normal rolls, but then it goes down. Oh.
Got baited. Jebaited. Does Parath need anything else? What did he get from Cormia, man?
He got adamantium plate armor.
Oh,
Or
hell
adamantine,
yeah.
whatever you pronounce it. Adamantine, yeah.
Very nice.
I
I'm trying
wanted to
think.
get a few things from adventuring gear stuff, but I don't think I've got any. I don't think this guy will sell that kind of shit, so...
I was like, you have to go to Bubbles.
Yeah. Well, actually, I know what I need to buy. I don't know if, again, I don't know if he'd sell this. It's technically in weapons, but...
It's not a good sign. Severus just walking through the streets with like a half-dead lady in his arms, and everyone's like looking at him and running away.
Yeah.
People got shit going on. Thornhold's cool though.
I like
It's a
it.
fucking citadel.
I like the map Kieran got. That's a good idea for I'll probably do the same thing in future actually. I like the not top-downy map. It gives you a better idea of what it looks like.
Yeah, perspective.
Yeah.
Your wild. Oh wait, no, Wild Man is top down.
No, it's top-down, yeah.
Yeah, all my shit's
It's my only
top-down.
complaint about Sora Slides and Wild Man is there's not as much good art in there as there should be if there's like places.
Mhm.
I feel like it would benefit more. Like there's a lot of art in there from the community, but I'm like, you guys probably should have had more art made, like specifically for this book,
Yeah.
like for the places and stuff. Feels like there's a lot
Does
of
it feel a little bit like Matt's keeping it in his head?
little bit, yeah.
It says you may briefly experience issues with not being able to load into a game. Ooh.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Better. How brief is brief,
How brief are my briefs? I love being a knight. Being a knight's the fucking best. Sir Severus Arconauts. Ugh.
So good that Anya's looking at her idea for Davy and Barlin.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah, she said she'd contacted the lady already.
Damn.
Oh, nice. Does she know what she wants? Like,
Oh yeah, and it's
Yeah,
she
awesome.
does.
Fucking
Yeah?
great.
Yeah.
You told me, didn't you, Tom? It's a really,
Yeah,
really
I
good
know.
idea, actually.
It's not a secret at all. It's Hannah, you know the. Again, I don't know whether it's more accurate for like Victorian or Edwardian, but they have like the lockets with little paintings inside of the husband
Oh,
and wife
yeah.
or whatever. It's going to be like that.
that's gonna be cute.
But she said she needs to decide which cats to have in Barlin's part and which hats to have in Davy's part.
Well, you
Good.
definitely. Birdie 100% needs to be in it.
That's what I said.
That lady, she's quite cheap considering that it's like fully painted and stuff. And
It's
Yeah,
really good quality. Yeah.
really
yeah.
impressed with it.
How much did it cost you in the end, Hannah?
Well, she quoted me $75.
Yeah.
But I gave her a tip because I liked it.
How much did you give
Yeah.
it?
I think like 25 on top.
Oh, yeah,
Nice.
good.
Definitely would have paid that up front for that quality.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you consider bungalows was what, like 150?
Yeah.
It was a lot, but it is very good.
And that
but-
guy's prices have gone up now as well.
Yeah, he's gone up now.
His was cheap, like for a
Oh, it was cheap, yeah.
bungalows
But,
quality,
but
you're
now
usually
they're
looking at like
expensive.
300 quid.
Oh yeah,
I
definitely.
like the art style in Naxxramas a lot. Like
Yeah.
it really suits Waterdeep as well.
I agree.
Oh, I would quite like to get a style and a bungalow style as well, though. But yeah, if it weren't so expensive now, damn it.
God, I wish I could show you what George has drawn.
Oh, yeah.
I can't! I gotta wait so fucking long! Why do I do this to myself?
It'll be worth. It'll be worth.
It will, the reveal.
Matt, I don't think he'll be. They're like, how long has he taken on yours in total now, Kieran?
The first one, it took him, I asked him, not last Sunday, like a week and a bit.
Yeah, so I think Mackie should be done fairly soon. So at least we can look
I
at
think
that.
he's alternating.
Yeah, that makes sense.
From what I could tell.
So at least we can look at that and be like, yeah. It's also got all the listings of like container capacity. I've just looked in the equipment and stuff, which is really cool. Backpacks can hold 30 pounds of gear.
God.
That's gotta be the
definitely do that.
least played rule in D&D ever. Jesus. Which is hilarious.
I mean, I'm
Because
not.
everyone would be walking around with like 5 backpacks strapped to their...
Yeah.
God.
It says you can also strap items such as a bedroll or coil rope to the outside of a backpack.
Oh,
Yeah.
Can you imagine all the art though, with everyone just carrying backpacks? Gosh.
Face like purse that can hold 30 pounds. She did have a bag though, so that kind of made sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
So imagine she had like her little handbag and then she'd reach in.
About Mary Poppins.
It's useful though. I mean, that's why the fucking the haversacks and whatnot exist, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why you just give one of them to each of your party right at the start of the campaign.
Did I give you guys one?
Yeah,
Bungo
you
got
gave
it?
2. You gave us.
We're two.
You gave one to
Nice.
Bungo and you gave a bag of holding to Elodius.
Nice.
Yeah. That's what we put the
That's what
Talonis
we
there.
yeah.
that's what we put Bungo in.
It is, yeah.
I forgot about we put him in a bag. Oh, come on!
Come on.
Has yours done it as well?
Mine's fine.
Is it because he didn't quit?
I haven't quit, no.
I clicked on that euphoric guy and then I couldn't ever get out of him, so I closed it and then.
It's annoying.
Hmm. No.
There's a lot of reports compared to normal.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, they've even posted
I
about
guess-
it on their Twitter as well, I think.
Why can't there just be a thing where we can like VPN it so it's just us in it, so we can't be affected by anyone outside?
Yeah.
But then that totally doesn't work because then I can't make the journal. Oh, it went faster that time. This Candlekeep mystery is meant to be good.
I've not heard much about it, to be honest.
I haven't heard much, but what I have heard has been pretty good, yeah.
What I would have done with Odyssey of the Arconauts, if that had come out before we'd started playing it, I probably would work them in. But I've done most of it now, so
I'm about a quarter
Leland's
of the
going to
way
be the best.
through Frost Maiden now. It's pretty good. I like it.
So,
Mm.
so far
I
away.
forgot we
Then.
had the...
Yeah.
Yeah. I forgot we had the little group drawing you drew this
What, drawing?
of Tom's party.
Oh, yeah, I forgot I did that.
It's really cute. Little
Mhm.
fungo. The drawing Lewis did of the group.
Where is it?
He sent it. I'll send it.
I did that ages ago.
Yeah, it was ages ago. I can find it on here.
I'll have a look in mine. I might be able to find it. Probably not, though. There's a lot of shit I've got in my different folders. Oh, there it is. I actually found it pretty quickly. Here we go.
Oh.
No, cute.
That's such a good Jurek facial expression.
Yeah.
That is accurate to him.
Oh, Oh, it's loading. Oh, I'm back. Okay.
Guess who's back?
Okay, so Parath was at the Euphorix Forge.
Yeah,
I think he just bought the stuff.
Yeah, I think he's pretty
For
much
50
bought
gold.
what he wants here, because the other stuff he wants to get from like the venturing gear type of stuff. So
Look at you. And he's like, nice doing business.
Likewise.
would Horace get anything?
Horace would be looking around. He would buy some more arrows. I think I've got the. Oh, where is it? Arrows. Just what arrows under? Ammunition. So he would pay 5 gold pieces for 100 arrow bolts. Tom. I mean arrows.
Okie dokie.
I don't think he needs anything else. He might buy a spare quiver for 1 gold piece as well, because he is worried that he might lose his other one. And what would Severus think if he lost it?
Yeah. Very true.
Is there anything you think he might buy, Tom, like armor?
What does he have at the moment? He has normal leather. Does this guy do light armors, or is it just heavier armors?
It's the least he would do is medium armor.
I mean, Horus is a fighter. He's got like no money though. He's got 16 gold now.
Oh Jesus!
Oh shit! Yeah, he couldn't afford anything.
He should have more than that, because we split out a number of golds. Like Jurgen's got 139.
Yeah, I did wonder because Severus has got nothing, but didn't Severus spend a load or give a
Yeah,
load to someone?
I don't think Horus has bought that much. They probably should have a similar amount to
Jurgen.
Jurgen. Maybe a bit more because Jurgen bought all those.
Might
bought
add
all
like
the-
150 or something.
Yeah, add 150.
Well then,
With 150, this guy, he could probably afford a chain shirt, scale mail.
let's have a look. Oh no.
It would all be very dwarven themed, but I don't think Horus would really mind that. It'd be very functional.
Oh man, he's got a stonking dex mod though, so it might not be worthwhile to him. Hold on. Scale mail. Oh no, I mean it would add +1. That's something. 50 gold. Disadvantage on stealth. I kind of like the idea of him clanking around trying to be a proper soldier man. Yeah, he'll buy the a set of scale mail.
Yep, so Euphoric would hand it over. He's not looking so much at Horus, but he's sort of like, to Parath.
Yeah, Farrell just nods, like standing there now, just kind of staring off into the into the wall.
Euphoric.
Can he sell his pike? It's usually worth 5 gold pieces at full cost.
Euphoric would look at the pike and be like, not the best quality. I can give you 2 gold pieces.
Would Horace agree to that?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. It's really heavy and it has exactly the same stats as the halberd, which is just better.
He'd take it and be like, Water Davian craftsmanship. And he just like shakes his head, looks, and kind of half throws it to the back of the shop. You can hear this like clang. Yeah, exactly. Gives a look at the baby. It's like, Okay.
I think that's it for Horace, really.
So, back to... So, Is anyone else visiting any shops?
Parath wants to go to like the general store.
Okay.
Charlie's going to go to the bubbles just to ask about the missing stuff, missing people.
Okay. We'll say that Parath and Nasadi, because they sort of took about a similar amount of times doing the stuff in the shop, that they'd travel over to Bubbles. So as you enter this shop, you see a little blonde girl sitting on a very high chair. The shop looks like it's in disrepair. Doesn't look like there's been much effort put into this place. And as you walk in,
God. I just get it.
It's Bubbles!
she's like, "Hello, lady. Hello, big man."
Holy fuck! I only just got it too.
Oh God, the music.
I love the golf club so much.
And as the dwarfs come in, she's like, "Hello, my name's Babette.
Hello.
What are you doing here?"
I have come to purchase a number of items.
Looks at Nasadi. Are you like boyfriend and girlfriend?
she looks at Farah. It's like, most definitely not. And I came to ask you some questions.
Parath would say, at the mention of that, he would say, what would he say? He'd say,
women who are not Goliaths are too weak. I would snap them under my strength.
You shouldn't say that, Mr. Man. Me and my friends travelled up here, but now they're gone.
Hardy looks up at Farah. I'd like to see you try, Farah.
he doesn't say anything and just looks onward.
She sort of gets distracted as Horace and Juliet walked in, and she looks back at Nasadi and Parath. He's like, "Are they boyfriend and girlfriend?" And then you see Horace kind of like, "Oh," and Juliet's like,
Parath turns around like,
Are you?
Well, we haven't. Juliet, and she's kind of just like gone bright, like beetroot red, and Horace is just like bumbling on.
Answer the question, boy.
We'll see, Parath. And Babette looks back to you, and she's like, "I think they are boyfriend and girlfriend." Why are you here again?
I am here to purchase goods.
Good? What sort of goods? Like the good? You know, like the word good? Or do you mean stuff?
Stuff.
Oh yeah, I've got lots of stuff. And she like jumps down off stool. Hang on, let me see what she's got. I've got this, and she holds up a basket.
That is not what I am looking for.
What's in it?
Nothing.
Oh.
She looks around the room. What about this? I like flowers. And like holds them up. There's a bunch of dead flowers in a basket.
God.
I am looking for a bullseye lantern, 50 feet of hempen rope, and 2 potions of healing. Is this something you supply?
She looks around. I don't think they sell bullseyes in lanterns, Mr. Man.
Sally looks up at Parath. I don't think she's going to be of much use for you, Parath.
My patience is running thin.
Parath, can you do a perception check?
yeah.
As you look around the shop to see if there's actually anything of worth in this shop.
Yeah, one sec. 18.
So you do see right behind her on these shelves there are potions of healing, and you do see a bullseye lantern somewhere in the back. And most of the stuff we asked for is actually here.
He will go like fetch it, like you just go behind the till and grab it and just place it on the front.
She looks at it. That'll be 100 gold.
Fine. He'll pay it.
She takes up one of the pieces and she's like, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Why don't you count it later? I came to ask you some questions. I haven't got all day.
But shiny. 6. What sort of questions?
Just about these missing. What are they? Relatives, sisters, brothers?
Oh dear, they're my friends. We travelled up from. It's near Baldur's Gate. Have you been there?
Probably.
A wretched hive of scum and villainy.
Yeah, that's it.
And how did they go missing?
Ooh, I can drop from the server now too.
They were here one day and then they were gone the next. Well, you know, they get pretty annoyed at me though, so maybe they just ran away. And then
I can see that.
I started like going into people's houses and stealing stuff, and then I brought it here, and now I've got a shop.
Parath looks down like,
These items are stolen?
No.
insight check.
Yep.
17.
Hang on, let me see what I used for her. Oh no. Oh no, it's done it again.
Don't refresh it, wait, and it does it quicker.
Paris,
Jesus.
you think she just might be quite stupid. And you're not really sure if she has. What? Well, and then, yeah, there was a elf man, and there was another halfling, but she's really smart. Like me. Is that all the questions?
It wasn't, but I don't think that you will know.
What do you mean? I know lots of stuff.
Okay. Well, do you know anything about the other people disappearing?
What other people?
I will wait outside.
Oh yeah, we came from Gullykin actually. Have you ever been?
No idea.
That's where my brothers and my mum live there. I got bored of them and then we came here.
I see. I'm sure they got bored of you as well.
Yeah, I'm sure they got dead or something like that. But now I've got a shop, so that's pretty good.
Well, good luck with your shop, I guess.
Bye, lady.
I'll be going now. She sort of looks awkward as she walks out.
I think Horace and Juliet found it quite funny, but he's like, bye, boyfriend and girlfriend and baby, have fun. Okay.
God, Bubbles. I like
Insufferable
you found
woman.
the same picture as well.
Yeah, I searched for fucking ages trying to find that and felt like a real pervert. Like Powerpuff Girls fan art does not bring up the like best things in the world.
Oh gosh, yeah. I bet.
This is where you tell Kieran that reverse Google image search exists and he hates himself.
Well, I really like that drawing of the Powerpuff Girls. It was really good.
It's really
Well,
good.
it's great.
Yeah. So you never know. Buttercup might find her in one day.
Well, Buttercup is already the sister of
Oh,
Blossom, yeah.
I hope Bubbles isn't then.
No, Bubbles isn't.
Oh, thank God.
She's not a flower.
Right. So, Severus and Jurgen
Mm-hmm.
towards the Hall of Eternal Glory.
Yep.
So there's a guard guarding this gate. He sort of eyes you as you walk past.
Severus is looking quite flustered and red in the face from carrying the body, but also sort of muttering under his breath at the fact that people aren't trying to help him and are in fact doing the opposite and like moving away from them as they're walking along.
Yeah. So the gate's closed, and he's like, "State your business here."
We're taking this woman who is in dire need of help to see your... And he sort of looks desperately at Jurgen.
You're, oh God. Oh, where is she? You're Fëanor of Verona. He's like, "Oh yes, she is a wayward one. You'll find her in the Hall of Eternal Glory." And he opens the gate up. It's like, "Be careful in there. Most of the disappearances have happened in that quadrant of the city."
Severus is kind of half speechless. It's just like, a wayward one. And just stomps through the gate.
And as Jurgen goes through, he's like, "Praise be to Ilmater!" And the dwarf's just like, "Yes." So as you reach this section of town, it's a lot more desolate. You don't see anyone on your walk to the Hall of Eternal Glory.
Jesus, like a ghost town.
But as you approach the Hall of Eternal Glory, it looks a lot like a Bavarian drinking hall, but it's made out of like very fine grey, like granite stone. It's quite beautiful, even though it's without like adornment.
Okay. Severus heads towards the door and heads in.
Oh, I want to be here.
Okay. So, as you walk in, it's not very busy. You see a stout but quite large dwarf behind the bar. Looks like he's wiping it down. You see sort of like a piratey dwarf sitting on his own, and he properly eyes you as you walk into the drinking hall. And in the corner, you see a ginger-haired woman who's wearing armor. And if you'd like to do a perception check, I can tell you more about her. If she's properly looking.
Natural one.
You're just like, "Oh, that woman's just drinking in the corner."
He marches into the middle of the room and he says loudly, "We're looking for the Fëanor of Verona."
This guy's like, "Aye, laddie, she's over there."
Right. Thank you. Marches over here. Madam?
She looks up at you from her drink. She's like, "Can I help you?"
I think you are asking for the song.
I'm not.
Is that right?
Shut up, whatever your name is, Siri. Alexa.
She stands
That's
up. She's standing up, and beneath her sort of chainmail, you can see a grey robe flowing out.
I am Sir Severus Arcona of the Arconanauts, and this is one of my Arconanauts, Jurgen Danbros. We understand you are a woman of the faith. You worship Verona True Silver. We come seeking your aid. This woman is in dire need of help.
I am just an understudy of Temple of True Silver. They have left me to deal with the elements that try to come to the church at this time while they are in cloister praying for protection from the mistress.
Is there anything you can do? We've been traveling for days. My own faith and Jurgen's was barely keeping this woman alive.
I can take her to the temple if she's in dire need, but I'm not sure who I'll be able to reach. And I assume he's holding the halfling in his arms.
Yeah, has been the whole time.
She sort of sighs. It's like, did you see the Verona monastery on the hill jutting out next to the fortress?
No, we haven't been that way as of yet.
So yeah, Severus might have been busy, and just distracted because the walls are large. There's a monastery sitting up here.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So she would tell you about that. And she's like, I can take her up there, but I'm afraid they wouldn't let you in.
It's not about me. I'm just a vessel to bring her here. She needs healing beyond our talents.
She looks quite worried and upset that this woman's in such a dire state. She's sort of like, how did this happen? Did something from the fortress get her?
No, we've been traveling north from Waterdeep. We came across this woman in the road, not long into our travels. She seems like her mind is lost to her, and he kind of looks to Jurgen.
Yes, she's bearing some horrific curse, which I do not quite understand the nature of, but she grows weary and more close to death every day. Praise be to Ilmater. She sort of goes to pick up the halfling.
Yeah, Severus, seeing her robes and such, lets her do so.
I will do what I can for her and take her to the daughters, but I cannot assure anything. I will return when I've done what I can.
Thank you, madam.
There's a lot of suffering in this city at the moment. I'm sorry, I can't do more. She picks up the halfling and walks out.
Severus kind of follows her with his eyes, looking at the woman in her arms. Looks concerned.
Yeah, again, it's like, well, we did what we could, Severus.
For now, I suppose we have. To the fortress, then?
Before you go, this guy's like, come take a seat over here, laddie. I've got a tale to tell ye. And this guy looks very unhinged.
Sir, I apologize, but time is pressing. I need to speak to the Watchmaster of the city.
Oh, I see. Well, will you be back later?
Yes, I think I shall.
I'm
My
always willing to tell my tales of woe and misadventure to new folks, and these days you barely see anyone in this horrible city.
Wow, I am partial to a tale, however told. But for now we must be on our way. Good day, sir.
Yes, and come back for the black iron ale.
Severus kind of waves a dismissive hand and heads out.
Okay. Where did he tell everyone to meet?
In the Hall of Eternal Glory.
Yeah.
So, I assume he's heading to the garrison.
Yep.
Well, all these people would be heading up to the Hall of Eternal Glory.
Yeah.
How does that work time-wise?
Depends how long people have taken doing stuff.
We'd probably arrive at the hall whilst, as Severus was probably finishing up in the garrison, because we were probably quite a while, shopping and stuff.
Yeah.
Severus has gone straight from place to place.
Yeah, so I imagine he'd be at least done at the garrison by the time we arrived at the hall.
We'll go over to the garrison then. So again, Severus, as you walk down this road towards Thornhold Garrison, it's pretty much empty, and there's a strange sort of tenseness in the air. It was quite disconcerting, the difference between the town, the atmosphere in the town, and then going into the Hall of Eternal Glory, where that guy just started shouting at you across the room.
It's eerie, Jurgen. There's so few people even here.
It reminds me of what they said about Neverwinter and Helm's Hold before the arrows.
Do you think it's related?
Who knows?
Severus puts his hand on his sword hilt.
Not.
We must be ready for anything. Be on your guard.
As you walk down eventually to the garrison, some much larger buildings than one surrounding it. Got an almost Tower of London feel about it, but a bit more, what do you call it? Parallel piped. That sort of, yeah, that sort of stonework. And as you enter, there are 2 guards guarding the door that look similar to the ones down.
Hail! We've been directed here. We're here to see the Watchmaster. Watchmaster Rubii. I have a letter addressed to him.
Everyone wants to see the Rubii. This letter, can I see the seal?
And Severus holds it out.
Bit closer. Can't see.
Severus steps closer and holds it out in front of him.
He goes to take it.
Yeah, Severus allows him to.
Takes it. It's yes, this is official. Let them through, lads. And the doors before the large black iron doors before you swing open.
Mm-hmm.
He's just down there in the main hall.
Thank you, sir. Severus marches through.
So as you walk down the hall, oh no, it's down there. You can see a very well-clad dwarf, very ornate armor. He's quite tall. He's wearing his helmet like in the picture, and he seems to be looking out of this window over here. It's
such a cool helmet, holy fuck.
Quite tense in this room. There's a few guards surrounding the exits. Seeing you walking so purposefully down, they assume that you've been let in for official reason. They part ways in front of the door, letting you through.
Yeah, Severus is very straight-backed, nose high, walking. But he doesn't announce himself. He walks down until he's a comfortable distance, maybe, I don't know, 10 meters or so, and just waits.
So, as you've waited a few seconds, you can see him turn his head, and he sort of gestures you forward. He's like, "Come in!"
Severus nods and steps in. Watchmaster Rubii. I am Sir Severus Arcona, Purple Dragon Knight of Cormyr and leader of the Arconanauts. I come bearing a missive addressed to you. We found it on the body of a courier. We were not able... Wait, no, that's wrong. She was still alive when we found her, right? That's the one we tried to save.
Yeah.
There was a courier. She'd been attacked. We tried to save her, but were unable to do so. But we took this letter, seeing it being addressed to you, and I hope you find it still intact and sealed. He kind of bows his head and holds it out.
Takes the letter. He's like, grim tidings in a dark time. I do thank you for delivering the letter. I was wondering. And he sort of takes it. He's like, thank you. And sort of waits for you to say something else.
Of course. We also delivered goods to your city on the orders of Lady Naxora Shalzar.
Ah, yes. I remember. You were delivering goods, yes?
Yes.
Fine. We can give you recompense. We will supply you with goods to travel on towards Carnforth Roadhouse. I thank you for your service.
Cerberus nods again. No thanks necessary, sir. He kind of half turns and then stops. I apologize, sir. You say dark times. I couldn't help but notice your city seems empty.
It is not my city. It is the Castellan city.
I apologize.
And yes, there have been disappearances.
Is anything known? People simply vanish in the night?
There are talk of miasmas whisking people off their feet, monsters creeping through the street, but we have it handled, don't worry.
Of course. He kind of nods. If it, we plan to stay the night in the Castellans here in Thornhold. Is there lodgings you would recommend, sir, before we travel on?
Few places are open to travellers at the moment. Hall of Eternal Glory should do you right.
Right, of course. Well, thank you for seeing us. We'll, if you need if we can help in any other way, please don't hesitate to say. We'll be staying at this, the hall.
He nods, and he's like, "Doom before and be with you, friends."
And Torm with you, sir. And Severus turns to leave.
And you see him turn back to the window, staring out down at the sea.
Okay. Severus heads out.
Okay.
Severus is a most certainly lawful good. He ain't gonna interfere with the machinations of things.
Oh, yeah. Okay. And is everyone heading up to the Hall of Eternal Glory?
Yeah.
Probably be about afternoon now. Okay. I will drive. I'll tell Severus when he can come in.
Go.
So, as you all enter, it's a lot warm, like a lot cozier, a much cozier atmosphere than the rest of the town. Very empty though, but this is probably like the closest you've been to something in Waterdeep for almost a week now. That I think you've been gone.
Yeah. Something like that.
So at the bar is the stout man that you've seen before, and you do see the sort of pirate dwarf eye you all as you come in.
Parath would look around and just say,
A warrior's hall. Let us feast and drink.
and he'll make his way up to
Indeed.
the bar.
Okay. What's Nasadi doing?
Gonna sit next to the fire.
Okay. I think Horace. Oh, why is he on the wrong layer? Oh, it's because I'm on the wrong layer. Horace, sit there. Juliet. And Henrietta would sit opposite Inasadi, and she's like, "Oh, this is a bit more like home, isn't it?"
Sun is comfortable.
Oh, it reminds me of being a little girl on my dad's lap when we used to be at the drinking halls together. He'd even let me have one or two, or sometimes three.
Did Garthorlam come?
No
By
judgment
the way?
Pardon? What did
Did it?
Nasadi say?
That's
Oh no,
okay.
I'm just getting him out.
Oh, don't worry.
Okay. Garthorlam's like, yeah, it's more like it. I like this. Might even stay here, Henrietta. And she's like, oh, well, you're not much use out on the road, girl. And he's like, well, you know, I'm like the morale officer, aren't I, Nasadi?
Don't ask me that question.
Yeah, Severus said he was going to make me an Arconanaut.
Is that what you want?
Well, I don't really want it, but it'd be nice, you know, be a part of a crew.
Suppose so.
Yeah, might even get paid for it. That'd be good.
Maybe one day.
Horace is just looking at Garthorlam in a bit shocked. He's like, yeah.
Who's got the baby, sorry?
Juliet's got the baby. She's sort of perched on the end of this bench here.
Yeah. Okay.
So, Parath, you'd walk up to the bar.
Mm-hmm.
A guy would eye you. He looks pretty dour, like in this picture, like,
Yeah. Parath with a similar expression on his face. He sort of just walks up and is like, your finest meats and mead.
Well, we do not serve mead here. We only serve my own brew, Under the Mountain Black Iron Ale. And we serve a selection of meats.
The ale will do fine.
Looks over to the table. You ordering for your friends, or are you doing it all separately to annoy me?
I will cover the cost.
That'll... That'll be 28 copper pieces for Under the Mountain Black Iron Ale for all of you.
He'll hand over.
And he would tell you the other dinners.
He'll just give him 3 silver.
Didn't know babies drank so young. I suppose that's a human thing.
I wouldn't know. Up on the mountain, they have us drinking from a young age. It is customary on your 3rd birthday to consume a cup of ale.
Well, on my 3rd birthday, I drank 2 pints of ale. Under the Mountain Black Iron Ale.
Fantastic.
Let me know what you want with the food situation.
Let me have a look. A mug of ale each. And smoked mutton and bacon for each as well.
Of course. And, so, hang on, just looking for something. What does the Black Iron Ale do? There is something I should tell you about the ale.
Go on.
It makes those who aren't dwarven feel like they could drink even more. So I'd be careful with it.
I will warn my compatriots.
You see that you do. But my thanks, this place hasn't seen business in a while. Except Broadbrim. He like gestures over to this guy.
He just nods and just heads back to the table after taking the drinks and just plonks them back on the table next to everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Paris.
Drink up.
Yes, thank you. And she gets to take one, and she's going to chug it.
Okay.
As you do, Paraf is like, the patron. What do you call a bartender? It's not a patron, is it? It's the patron. Is that right? Yeah.
The patron said this particular brand of ale will have you wanting to drink more if you are not dwarven.
So
drink
Nasadi,
plenty.
can you do a con saving throw?
Parath will also chug his back as well.
Nasadi, you go up to. Is it tipsy or is it buzzed? I can't remember which one it is.
Buzzed, I think.
Yeah, so you got to buzz, so you get advantage on charisma checks.
Nice.
Do you want me to make one?
Tor, yeah, Parath make one, Horace make one, and Henrietta make one as well. Parath, you're like this is strong, but I can handle it.
Oh wait, I should have been +5 to that because I did a con
Yeah,
check, so it should be 14 anyway.
Garfallen will have his. Yeah, nice and strong that one.
Mm.
And then you can do one for Henrietta. And
Oh,
one
yeah.
for and Horace, Tom.
Let us engage in an evening of celebration.
Roger that. Con save.
Yep. Henrietta's like, oh yes, a bit strong. Horace is like, it's better than what Davian won. Juliet is like, I haven't really had much before, but here goes.
I think you're right, Para. Let's celebrate, shall we? At least have a night off.
Yes,
here's to
that. We've been working too hard.
The work is never finished. But a
How much was
warrior
it?
It was 4
deserves a
copper
drink.
pieces. Nasadi. Looks at you, he's like, be careful with that.
Do you not want our patronage?
Oh no, I do, but
Not the
I've
worst,
seen plenty of people on their asses from Black Iron Ale. Oh, sorry, I mean under the mountain Black Iron Ale. It's my speciality.
I'm glad to hear it. Maybe we'll be drinking it all night. Who knows?
So Severus and Jurgen would probably arrive as you're reveling in your sort of relaxation time. So Severus and Jurgen, you'd see the party have sat down, they're all enjoying a drink, and the food's like periodically coming out.
Severus goes and sits down. It's good to see everyone enjoying themselves.
Indeed. We saved you a seat, Captain.
Thank you, Deep Hunter.
You're back, Severus. I was trying to figure out more about this mystery disappearances, but I don't know. Everyone's not very useful around here.
Even the Watchmaster himself just had rumors. He said they have it under control.
Hmm.
In my experience, people who claim to have things under control often do not.
From over the room, you hear a guy's like, I'll tell you a story about being in control and then losing control. and he walks over, like, in between Juliet and Nasadi, he's like, just tries to squeeze in.
I figured this was coming.
Do you want to hear a story of the high seas, everybody?
Ugh,
Go on.
maybe. Only if it's good.
Oh, it's good. It's got drama, death, and monsters.
Monsters?
Yes, monsters.
A tale of battle is always something preferable around the warrior's table. Go on, my good
battle
man.
would be generous. And he starts to launch into his tale. I'll tell ye a tale of mine and how I come to be a landlubber parted from the sea. And he's like, have you ever heard of the Nelfander Isles down the Sea of Swords?
No.
Ah, well, it is an unfortunate place where ye struggle to live. Barren, unhospitable, and full of the worst scum, including your old dog, Broadbrim. And he, like, pulls on his really wide hat. So, so Parath, you'd know this place is, like, famous for sort of, it plunders trade routes that go between Kalasham and the Sword Coast, and it's basically like Pirate Island.
Most dishonorable place.
Yes, the ruthless vagrants plunder the waterways between Kalamshan and Sword Coast, a place where any being has a chance of wealth, but is much more likely to drown, and the selfish wind will not carry your screams to land. Needless to say, old Broadbrim and his crew had a few dealings there, and he like looks around the table like, businessman I am. Of course, we were warned of pirates, scallywags, and yeggs. Do you know what a yegg is? You don't want to know. But they are accustomed to these dangers, my crew, and even relished them. But a stranger tale was whispered in the far reaches of the Moonshire Isles, where we departed from. It was said a huge aberration prowled those isles, luring innocent and guilty alike to their deaths with just the power of its mind. Of course, the brave crew scoffed, and we set off, our eyes filled with the gold pieces we would surely earn. So, it's quite a good tale so far, yes? And he like looks around the table at everyone.
Very
Where's
thrilling.
the monsters?
Well, I'll get to the monster. So weeks passed. The crew had forgotten all about the aberration. The gold they had accumulated had offset their minds from the misery of Nelfander Isles, and the misdeeds that they would commit daily. I said they, not we. And until one day, they prowled along a rocky cross, setting an ambush for the traders who would surely draw close. Days passed, and some of the men became fascinated with the shiny stones they could see in the shallow. They became convinced this was the location of Bronzebeard's cache. And he looks around the table for like looks of recognition.
Don't think
Just
so.
looks
at all.
Has Severus heard of Bronzebeard's cache?
Everyone do like a history check.
Severus likes his stories.
No.
So, oh damn. Good to getting all these shit rolls out. Nasadi and Parath, like, this is a very common child's, like, treasure story. A bit like Blackbeard. Like, he probably didn't really exist. But you don't know it, you're not of the culture, and you never picked it up in your adult years. But everyone else at the table would have an idea of what Bronzebeard's cache is.
Okay.
So, some could not be convinced this was folly, and they dived into the shallows. Minutes passed, and the fools relished in their glory. But that's when I saw it. inky tentacles creeped along the seabed and enveloped those fools. They were quickly torn asunder by 2 antediluvian legs like that of a lobster. The creature reared from the sea and stared at me, the captain, with its bulging eyes which pierced his soul.
Can I do an insight check?
Oh yeah, of course.
Damn it.
Let me do his deception.
Oh.
Oh.
Nothing changes.
So, I averted my gaze, and I could hear the thrashing of the tentacles beneath the seabed. When I reluctantly peered, I could see my crew rushing towards the gnashing maw of the monstrosity, willingly marching towards their death, but in a sick wonderment. I could hear their bones crushed by the barbed fangs of that demon, and, ashamedly, he cowered in the cabin. However, its thoughts were like a heavy fog, and they surrounded me, goading me to leave, promising a better life if I became one with it. However, my disgust was too great. His disgust was too great. Hours later, he emerged and beheld the torrent of misery that had been inflicted. The deck was awash with salty red seawater, and the limbs were scattered in the netting of the sails. The rest was a blur for him, until I reached here. Finally, respite from a dreaded creature. Though my dreams are tainted, his dreams were tainted forever. Heed his warning, and never visit those Isles of Nelfander. If anyone would like to do a nature check to see what creature he is talking about, you can do so.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So, Nasadi and Severus, you've heard tales of these horrific creatures. They're called Morkoffs.
Mm.
So
What is that?
you can have a look.
Okay.
I'll read a little bit out. Morkoffs were known as wraiths, a cruel and evil race of aquatic predators with hypnotic powers. So also, from the description this guy was talking about, you'd also think this Morkoff was huge in comparison to like normal ones that you've heard about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because normal ones could grow to about 1.8 meters, but if he said he could see it rearing out of the sea, it must have been pretty huge. They have like a mouthful of like sharp teeth, and they basically hypnotize people to come and dive into the sea so they could eat them.
Nuts.
So sitting at the table like, yes, that captain, he surely suffered.
And failed his crew.
What could one do when the creature was coming at me? Him to devour them. I was the only one. He was the only one resilient enough not to. What could he have done?
You could have stood your ground and fought, and faced a warrior's death upon the open sea.
You make a good point, but I am glad I survived, and I hope you all enjoyed my tale of woe. Or at least found it interesting.
Quite.
Yeah.
Pulls out an item, puts it on the table. He's like, no one usually listens to my crazy ramblings of that captain. And seeing as you all put up with me, and you seem like a worthy lot, you can have this. He stands up and he walks away from the table. So the sort of item is wrapped in cloth. You can't see what it is at this point.
Nasali just drunkenly looks down. Is it She can like unpeel it slightly.
So as you like take the corner off, you can see that it's some sort of sword.
Oh.
It's a sword, Severus. You like swords.
Whoa, that's such a cool picture.
I like it.
Fuck, I need to get figure out how to do my mustache like that. Yes, I wield a sword. Severus will unpeel the cloth.
Severus, you looking across the room at the guy or not? Well, he's kind of on the wrong side of the table, isn't he?
Yeah, and Severus isn't really suspicious by nature. I think he'd just open up the cloth.
Parath would say that, in my experience accepting gifts from wayfarers is sometimes not without consequence.
What kind of consequence?
In the mountains, they spoke of cursed items that travelers like that one would pass off on strangers.
Maybe.
Caution.
Henrietta comes round and she's like, "Well, I'm cursed enough. Maybe I can have a look at it."
Arcana?
She goes to touch it. She's like, "Yes, it is magical." Looks at Parath.
He's not saying anything. He said what he's had to say. So,
What was Severus going to say?
He's just kind of looking slightly unsure and just says, "How would we know if it's cursed?"
when the curse takes you, then you shall know.
But then it's too late. I
Quite.
could never take a sword again.
That is why I do not often accept gifts.
Seems a bit weird like that. You'd tell us a story and then give us a cursed thing. You didn't mention anything about no sword in there.
You have magical abilities, Henrietta. Perhaps you can tell us about the item. Miss Shalzar saw fit to include you in our troop. Clearly she wanted you here for your ability with the arcane.
Yeah, she's got a good mind on her, that one. Henrietta, can you do an Arcana check, please?
Yeah. Proficient as well?
Nice.
What?
Oh, yeah. So she touches it. Let me see what this is. She looks at the sword. She runs her finger down the edge of this weapon, which is completely serrated. And she's like, "Oh, this is quite good." And it's a plus. I'll post it. It's a +1 short sword that gives you advantage on charisma checks when branded.
Ooh, that's
Nice.
cool. Brandish.
Cool.
Very cool.
He's just a deer, probably.
You don't think it's cursed then?
I don't know. Could be, could not be.
Well, I believe Torm watches over me.
And Ilmater!
And he takes the sword and kind of holds it up in the air.
Yep. So it feels magical. Don't sense anything happening.
I don't feel cursed, but I suppose that might just be part of it.
Ah, lad, it's not cursed. It's just to help you, yeah. Shouting across the room.
Thank you, sir. Most kind.
What does
Well,
he-
if you can get that mork off one day with it, worthwhile.
what does he gain from helping us?
Maybe one day.
Is what I wonder.
Perhaps he's just past the age when he can really use it.
Sounds
He
like he
wants to
wants
see it.
revenge on that preacher to me.
Yeah, drawing blood again.
Perhaps. If so, it is a noble goal.
I'm gonna get another drink.
Oh yeah, get one for me, Nasadi.
Get another whole round.
Yeah.
Severus, you want one?
I can't decide whether Severus would be a drinker or not.
Well, considering this place doesn't sell water, maybe he would be.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Just the one for now.
Okay. Bringing them all back.
So everyone who's drinking, can you make another cons?
Yeah, I think we've had 3 now. It's most of us.
Okay, another 2 then. So he passes, Paraf passes, Henrietta, Paraf passes. Don't do the other characters. I'll keep track. Yeah, unless it gets too in depth.
There's that one right there.
So does Nasadi go straight up to the first one, or just to? Can't remember.
They're your rules.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you memorised them.
I like ruling it that once they've had the first round, the second round, the third round, like whenever they fail, that's what round they get put on.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't make as much sense to me that they get you go to tipsy after 5 drinks.
Yeah. Yeah, so let's put Nasadi as
Because it's kind of like
drunk.
the way I think about it is like you're not feeling the effects at all until you've had so much alcohol that it's kind of pushed you over the edge.
Yeah, I see what you mean, yeah. So yeah, Nasadi would count as a drunk, Severus would be fine on his first one, and Paraf would be fine. So
Does the ale taste nice, Kieran?
it is quite nice. It's very dark. So it's a bit like Guinness but more flat.
Yeah.
Again, what dream flavor?
With what?
Sorry, you go ahead, Pat.
He was just going to say,
A smooth drink. Finely brewed. Delicious.
It's pretty good. Old dwarven drinks are pretty good.
I hear some
It is quite nice.
are impossible to drink. For those who are non-dwarven folk, is this correct?
Yes, specially made. And they definitely have different effects, certain drinks. There was one my dad used to drink where any normal person, any dwarf, it wouldn't have any effect, but if a human had it, he'd get all belligerent, but I suppose that's what humans are like anyway. And Jurgen's like, here.
It is good your people have a natural resistance to the
I suppose that's
poison
why I like it
effects.
so much. Well, it's never done me no harm. Let me just have a look at drinking rules on Waterdeep. So Nasadi is
she's essentially poisoned, isn't she? Come on, internet.
Dreamflight.
Sorry, my internet died.
It's alright. Merchant note. Just having a look. Moonshiners. Ground shank. Fire, no. Product. Here we go. So, Dreamflake. It's a put between your cheek and your gum, and it induces hallucination and euphoria. When smoked, the user enters an extremely vivid waking dream that can last for hours. Extended uses blackens the teeth and makes bad trips more common.
And if she smokes it, does it give secondary effects to everyone else?
Is that what it says?
No, but does it? If you smoke it?
Oh, you mean like, would there be a very low-lying, like, slight dreaminess?
Yeah.
I think it'd be funny. So yeah. Like it wouldn't make them properly hallucinate, but everything might get a bit more colourful and exciting.
Oh yeah, good idea.
I was reading that because I was saying about the ale thing in Lost Mine of Fandelver. There's a dwarven like ale in there. That if the players drink it, then they're not dwarven, then they can like instantly die because it's so strong. Like unless you're resistant to poison, you're fucked basically.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
So I think during like the night, Jurgen would be like, "So, what are we all planning to do after we gloriously complete our mission?"
Well, I have a place waiting for me in the courts of Cormyr now.
Oh yes, Sir Severus. And he does a little bow.
Severus smiles and nods at him. I'll be sad to leave Waterdeep behind, but I've sworn fealty. I must serve.
I wish to grow stronger, so that I one day can return to my clan and regain my honor through glory and combat.
A worthy endeavor. And I would join any of you if you would help me.
You'd be very welcome to join me.
You have proven yourself to be a capable combatant.
Thank you, both of you. What about you, Miss Guerin?
I'll probably find adventure elsewhere. Although Waterdeep is promising for work. Probably back there.
Yes, Waterdeep is, He just kind of stops. It's fine. I myself will continue traveling the world, being a mendicant, helping those and spreading Ilmater's name, and producing many beautiful drawings as I do. And you can see on the table he is drawing something. But it's like in sketch form at the moment. Carl Forlam's like, well, I think I'm just going to stick with you guys until, we get to Neverwinter.
It's fair enough. Nowhere that you want to stop off on the way there?
Well, I assume we're going to stop everywhere like this place and we can do some carousing. Severus said he's going to make me an Arconanaut, right, Severus?
I don't recall saying this.
Yeah, I do.
Well, I don't.
Well, I do.
Well, I don't.
Are you questioning the honor and memory of our captain?
I'm just saying, I think I'm an asset to his crew.
In what way?
Go
on.
You know.
I do not. Go on.
You know, keeping everyone happy, looking after the baby, that kind of thing. And Juliet's just like, oh, what? And
I do not recall any time you have made me happy. Nor
Yeah,
do I
Henry.
recall you ever even holding the child.
I love babies. Look, you're here right now. And then Juliet just like looks at Severus. Yeah, I'm getting more ale. You guys are boring.
Severus had like opened his mouth to say something, but as he wanders off, he's like, I certainly did not say he'd be an Arconanaut.
I thought not.
He would
Maybe
be.
we should just stitch him here.
Henrietta, you're the one who's been closest to him.
I've just, you know, he's fun, but he's annoying.
Well, I won't ditch him. That would be uncouth.
I can imagine Jürgen be like, ah yes, a fuck boy.
No, I won't abandon a man. He is trying at times, but he's not evil.
He puts himself in danger the longer he travels. Was his original journey not to arrive at the Thornhold, Captain?
I think it was to arrive at the
Grudgehold, even I think.
Yeah. Grudgehold, yeah. Their names are too similar.
Yeah, sorry, Grudgehold is what I meant. Yeah.
It was, but he's chosen to travel with us now, and Tom teaches us to protect the weak. I don't think he's capable of defending himself against the trials of the road.
Juliet's like, I think he's been out. I've been out the wagon more times than he has.
Well, you're an Arconanaut, Julia. It's to be expected.
Horace like puts a hand on his shoulder. It's like, did we find anywhere where we can, with baby Susan? And she looks down at the baby. Parath was saying that we should leave. Well, make sure she's safe here.
Deep Hunter isn't wrong, though I still think, well, it's a consideration to try and get her to Leylon.
The high road has proven considerably more dangerous than it has when I have travelled it before. Times are problematic. Perhaps it is best if any non-combatants do not travel upon the road with us. They will only put themselves and the rest of the Arconanauts in danger.
Well, I mean, yeah, but there is that thing of everyone going missing in this city now currently.
It's true.
Correct.
Take a baby.
Juliet, I could travel with you all to Leylon, and then I can remain there. Maybe until you come back.
Perhaps we should resolve the issues in the city, Captain.
You think so? That might delay our quest.
It could. But it would be honorable to help those who cannot defend themselves, those who strike from the shadows, those who do not face us in direct combat.
You're right, as usual. It's a difficult decision. The Watchmaster seemed... in a roundabout manner, offered our aid, but he seemed convinced they had it handled. If we were to act, it might have to be without his blessing, which wouldn't sit well with me.
We do not need the blessing of a man who clearly has let his city been put to ruin. Surely the
said
rest
it.
of you saw that how empty these streets lie.
Maybe he's just protecting his pride, Severus.
He said there wasn't the leader of. The Castellan was.
That's true. And he may well be Nasadi. But he's in place for a reason. We are only just here. We have no idea whether he is a wise leader. I'm not against helping. I just as I said, it doesn't sit well with me. Plus, we're meant to be continuing.
I will follow your lead, Captain. As
I think
always.
Nasadi shrugs. Doesn't really matter, I guess.
Henrietta's like, well, whatever you decide I'll do, it's working out well for me, sort of.
Either way, tonight I plan on taking in a little bit of the nature. And she's going to go off to the...
Where's she going?
Just off the... sit next to Horace, light it up.
We'll
In the
say
fire?
that. Well, we say Nasadi has a crack pipe with her.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, Nasadi, as you breathe this in, you've never had it before, really. You breathe it in, and you're like, oh, nothing's happening. And then you look around, and then everything suddenly gets a hell of a lot brighter, and you're like, oh, the fire's so warm. And you just sort of curl up, like here, like with your back to there, being like, oh god. And you just look across the table at Severus, and it seems like his height is like continually going up and down as he's getting bigger and smaller. And Horace looks over and he's like, are you okay, Nasad?
She's like, I'm fine, Horace.
Okay.
Maybe you should check on Severus. He's going up and down.
He looked at Nasad. He sort of comes and sits a bit closer. And he's like, what do you have there?
It's just a bit of that leftover, you know? She sort of winks at him.
He looks around. He's like, I've never had it before. Can I try?
Well, she like blows a bit in his face, then gives it to him.
So as he blew it in his face, in his mind's eye, he sees like the fire crackle up even more than it should, and he's like, whoa. He's like, maybe this might be a bit much for me, Nasadi, but thanks.
Oh, try it, go on.
And at that point, Henriette is like, yeah, give me a puff, Nasadi, I need...
Oh, there's plenty to go around. Path, you want some?
So Nasadi, Henrietta takes a huge puff and then just pretty much just collapses next to you, like lying down next to the fire. You see the innkeeper look over, and he sort of shakes his head, and you see him like, well, at least you had enough for the black under the mountain black eye. Don't mind what else goes on otherwise.
Well, I could do with some more of that under the mountain stuff too.
He's like, don't worry, Nasadi, I'll get this. He comes over and he gives you like, he puts a half pint down, not a full pint.
Aww.
Cheap.
she'll chug it.
Yeah. Roll another.
Did the size get smaller?
Like a sensible end of a table and the...
Severus is deep in thought. He's frowning down at the table and kind of like picking at the wood of it.
So you don't get any worse, Nasadi. You stay at drunk. But you're definitely enjoying yourself. This place feels really homely. It's like, oh, after that long stretch on the road where all that weird stuff happened that normally doesn't happen, this floor is something else.
Oh, you felt this floor, Henrietta? She starts stroking it.
Henrietta's just like face down on the floor.
She doesn't
So
notice that.
she's feeling it with like her face, and she's like, "Yeah,
Horace, feel the floor.
I'm okay, Nasadi." And he holds up the black iron ale. He's like, "This is good enough for me."
She just face plants in the floor.
He looks across at Nasadi. We should pay for the rooms if I assume they have some.
I'll go ask. I wish to converse with the innkeep anyway. Ask him about these disappearances. Severus stands up, walks over, sees Nasadi and Henrietta face down on the floor for a second, kind of cocks an eyebrow, but keeps walking.
So the only stool available is right next to Garfall.
Perfect.
Well, it isn't my favourite Arconanaut, Severus Arconanaut.
That's Sir Severus Arcona.
Yeah.
Barkeep.
Mm.
Are there any rooms available? My companions and I wish to stay the night.
Of course, we're pretty empty. It's a silver piece each.
1, 2, 4, 5, 6. He hands over a gold.
Thanks very much.
Of course, it's a lovely place here. I wanted to ask you, the disappearances around here. Does anybody know what's happening?
Sort of leans over. Got some theories myself.
I'd like to hear them.
Well, since you're so generous. Well, some say that the aberrations or monsters or whatever they are coming down from the fortress itself. No one's been able to see them. Whenever they appear, they suddenly disappear again. It all started when that Marjester visit happened.
When was this?
About a month ago.
What happened? The members of the family visited?
Well, I'm not pertinent to the details myself. There was a big hoo-ha about Marjester air coming up from Waterdeep. None of the Stone Shaft dwarves like it, including myself. I'm half Stone Shaft dwarf myself on my mother's side. But apparently it was amiable. And it all went out without hitch. I had a lot of Hume visitors here. What else was there? Yeah, and a few weeks ago, well, the Castellan's daughter, she's a right fine one she is, apparently there's rumour she went into some wasting disease.
That's awful.
And the Castellan and his family locked themselves up in the Enclave within the itself. They haven't been seen since.
The Castellan and his family haven't been seen for weeks.
Yeah, Ruby Eye's in charge at the moment.
Where is this enclave?
It's within the fortress. And he looks at you. If you want to get in there, you probably have to ask old Ruby Eye himself. But he's an honourable one. Doesn't like people messing with him.
I see.
Anyway, since the disappearance, I forgot to mention this earlier, but there's a curfew in the city.
Oh.
We're not supposed to go out after nightfall. It's when most of the disappearances happened.
Of course, that makes sense. Try and keep people safe.
Probably should have told you that on the gate, but you know.
Has the curfew seemed to help with the disappearances at all, or are people still?
Well, it's either helped or they just don't notice who goes missing.
Right.
You know, not that I think that, but it's not that non-dwarfs are second-class citizens here. It's just, you know what dwarfs are like, mate.
It's a very narrow-minded view.
Well, we're stubborn. And there's definitely an eliteness within the Stone Shaft dwarfs.
I see. Well, I'll trust you speaking from your blood. Thank you for your information. And he puts another gold piece on the bar.
And he's like, why don't you have another Under the Mountain ale, mate?
Sure, thank you.
He pretty much just like pushes it into your chest.
Yeah. Severus picks up the cup, kind of like holds it up slightly and nods at him and smiles, but doesn't drink any, and takes the cup back towards the table.
You see the pirate guy watch you as you walk back. Okay.
Well, seems there's more than meets the eye with the townsmaster. He's saying this to Jurgen and to Deep Hunter.
Yes.
In what way?
The barkeep says that the Castellan has locked himself away for weeks. His daughter supposedly contracted a wasting disease. They're locked up inside the fortress. If we wanted to get there, we'd need permission from the townsmaster. The fact that he didn't mention any of this when I brought up the disappearances is... Well, he could see them not as connected, but if the barkeep's making the connection, the townsmaster should as well.
This town does not agree with me. Something is off, and this just adds further to this feeling of mistrust. Something is not quite right.
I agree.
So at this point, you see Vicelin Orbraids, who took the halfling off you, walk back in. And she perches down next to you.
Madam, how fares our suffering friend?
Not well. I delivered her up to the daughters. They were annoyed at my interference with their cloister, but they said they would do what they could for her, and they identified the curse. It is lucky you did not contract it yourself.
What manner of curse is it?
They're unsure on the effects other than the wasting disease and the addled mind, but it seems whoever would have killed her, they would have contracted the curse themselves. So it's lucky she didn't die.
Well, luck and Torm and Ilmater's good grace. I only hope the daughters are able to bring her through.
I'm unsure how long it will take. I assume you're not in the city long.
Not very long. We are as yet undecided as to when exactly we might leave. Tell me, What do you think of all the disappearances that have been occurring?
It is most unusual. I have suspicions of something unholy interfering, but I could not come up with any evidence of such.
Is your suspicion founded on anything or just a gut feeling?
Only what I have seen in my dreams from from Verona. I may not be high in the order, but sometimes Lady Verona speaks to me in strange ways.
We must take messages from our god seriously. What has she shown you?
There is a recurring dream where a heart rots from the inside out and consumes the rest of the body. I think this might be in relation to the fortress, just destroying the whole of the Thornhold and the stone shaft hold as well beneath the ground. I'm unsure.
Severus gives a serious look to both Jurgen and Parath. I think that's enough for me.
What did she say? She said they were beneath the ground.
Well, roll a history check, Parath.
Okay.
See what you know about the stone shaft dwarves. Everyone else can as well if they want.
Well, natural one.
So most of the dwarves of the Stoneshaft clan. The dwarves of Thornhold are mostly of the Stoneshaft clan because of the tunnels from their home connect to the castle. They refer to a place as Stoneshaft Hold. They use Thornhold only when a non-dwarf conversation is confused and an explanation must be made. So essentially, the fortress is just like on top of the Stoneshaft clan where they live.
Okay.
Stoneshaft Hold. But a lot of people on the Sword Coast don't really know that it's there.
Okay.
And
she said that they were. What did she say about the wasting season in relevance to that?
Well, she's having a dream.
Yeah.
That a heart is rotting from it inside out, and she thinks that refers to the fortress somehow corrupting the rest of the Stoneshaft dwarves. Nasadi
and the fortress
doesn't.
You said the fortress refers to being underneath the city itself, or is that just what's connected to the fortress on the hill?
So
sorry, I'm being a bit dim.
The fortress has tunnels that connect to Stoneshaft Hold.
I get you now. Okay.
But the dwarf see it as one thing.
Yeah.
But most of the people think the city is the only thing. Yeah.
Okay. It sounds as if I am not one to trust dreams and visions, but my instinct and gut feeling says there is something wrong with this place.
I agree, Parath.
Well, between your gut and her dreams, I am convinced. And in Torm's good grace, I cannot step aside from corruption such as this.
Severus, you see Nasadi crawling on the next to you.
Nasadi, what are you doing?
You just got to get a little bit of a taste of nature, you know? And this floor. But I'll leave you.
Yeah. Tom imagines it like she's making like snake movements, like
Yeah.
sidewinding across the floor.
Definitely.
Severus looks at Horace with like a cocked eyebrow again. What's going on?
Can you roll a wisdom check for Oh, for Horace. Oh, she smoked something. I think it was probably what those dwarfs gave us. Or her. I mean, the dwarfs from the that we helped with the fire.
I can't remember what Severus figured out about them or not. Whether he was like fully naive.
He
was
fully
really naive, right?
Yeah, he was. He was really naive.
Because he give some
Yeah, he gave it to the halfling
halfling lady.
that knocked her out.
He's like, kind of looks frantically at Jurgen. Will she be okay?
Yes, I imagine so. If she's feeling rough tomorrow, I imagine I can restore her by Ilmater's grace.
Addles
Okay.
the mind.
Maybe she just needed a relax from. Well, we aren't the most, We're new to each other, stressful being around other people. Ilmater, yes.
People handle it in different ways. And he gives Jurgen a knowing look.
It does not seem to be a warrior's way of entertaining
She
oneself.
She turned into an elk.
This guy looks over and he's like, "You lot, no pets."
Have we seen the Sardine wild shape yet?
She turned into a dinosaur.
Oh, of course she did. It's okay. It's not a real Tia. It's our companion. She has the ability to shift.
He's like, "Oh!" He's like, just don't let it shit on the floor, yeah."
You have nothing to worry about. He looks at Horace for reassurance.
Horace is, it's like, yeah, I'll clean it up if she does. And he's like, ugh.
Well,
You just hear across the other room, Garforum's like, "Yeah, women, yeah, can't handle it good."
Glassfall. Severus turns back to the sensible people and says, "How do we handle this? I still don't feel right acting under the townsmaster's nose. Perhaps we should confront him."
Indeed, I think this is a wise approach, Captain. We can determine, after conversing with him, if he is part of the problem or not.
Severus's eyes kind of widen a bit. I hadn't considered that. Thank you for your counsel, Deep Hunter. I think that's what we will do tomorrow, then.
Very well, Captain.
If you want help, if you want someone to come with you to speak to the Commander Ruby, I can always come with you.
Can Paraf do an insight check on this woman? He's
Of
not
course,
he's
yeah.
not trusting of much in this town, and he wants to see
Yeah.
what read he gets on her.
He's a big
Four,
dwarf
so-
racist.
Oh, come on, it was so close.
Almost. Yeah, you think she's... You see the thing around her neck and you're like, it's pretty... Yeah.
Yeah, Paraf's he doesn't trust her, but he doesn't get anything from it, I think. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Like, doesn't quell his trust, but he doesn't know either way.
So, will we visit him tomorrow?
Yes.
We
There's no
look a
point
bit
waiting.
indisposed, and he looks over at Nasadi on the floor.
Will she not be okay tomorrow?
No, I mean, not tonight.
No. Tonight we rest. I don't wish to disobey the curfew. There is a curfew. Nightfall.
Very yes.
Even more reason to suspect something is afoot.
Anyway, I'll leave you to your drinks. I will be here in the morning if you need to see me.
Have a good night.
You too. And she looks over at Nasadi and she's like, "Enjoy yourselves."
Meh.
At this point,
Yee.
Henriette is trying to like climb up on Nasadi and ride her,
Yeah. Sorry,
But-
definitely let her.
but she's kind of failing, completely off balance, and she's got a terrible dexterity score. So as you start moving along Nasadi, she just keeps falling off and really attempting to do it.
Oh. She'll like copy her and fall on the floor.
Severus can't help but start chuckling.
Henriette is like, you know, you're the best, Nasadi. Everyone, I thought you were stuck up until you did the thing, and then yeah.
Yee.
Right. Is there anything else your characters want to do or say before they head to bed that night?
Not particularly.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay. So shall we say that you go up to bed, and then we'll take a long rest until the morning, and I will go get some tea while you deal with that.
Yeah. Need
Nice.
to order some food anyway.
Are you okay to continue, Lewis?
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit better now. Thank you for bearing with me, Kieran.
That's the friend effect.
Does,
yeah.
does honestly, it's fucking nice.
Good.
Oh god, I need food though. I'm fucking hungry. This place sounds really nice, Hannah.
Yeah, it's not too like expensive. Well, I mean, it's not cheap, but it's not expensive.
Yeah, I've had more expensive.
It's just the sides are very expensive.
Yeah, that's how the way they make money, though, isn't it?
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, worth trying, I think.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I've ordered it.
Make sure there's a can in the fridge for me.
Yeah, there is. I ordered a can with it for you, so
Okay, cool.
hopefully should be cold. Oh. It's been quite a nice session, actually.
A lot of roleplay.
I like
I
it.
like bubbles.
I like doing city stuff.
Bubbles is cute.
Bubbles.
Hi Nasadi is amusing.
I like her Nasari. She's really funny.
Yeah. Got to play hard, you get party hard.
Yeah. Then I see that new Blitzcrank skin.
Oh, I don't even want to hear that name, Billish.
It's pretty good though.
Yeah, but Blitzcrank.
Let me show you there. Hold on. Where is it? Can't find it now.
I swear, if you put a Blitzcrank golem in D&D, that's gonna be
Oh my
not a
God,
good
yeah.
day.
I'll copy it into the chat.
Well, that's happening now.
No! It's gonna die
Okay.
real quick.
Atala gonna get grabbed.
Look at it. It's awesome.
That is amazing. Cats.
Even you got to think that skin's pretty cool, Hannah.
That is pretty cool, actually. I do like that. But it's still blitzkrieg. Bleh.
Right. We ready to continue?
That'll be Barlin in Waterdeep 2. That'll be his artificer buddy.
Artificer, yeah.
No, Tommy, the
You just want the cat lord or whatever.
Yeah.
Those things. I wouldn't play Barlin.
You wouldn't.
No, I don't think so. I love him, but I don't find him very interesting.
No, that's fair.
He's just like, I like cats. Because that's the character I was given.
He's cute, though.
Yeah, I like him. I just don't particularly want to adventure with him.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, I imagine he would be connected to the guild because he's a armor seller, isn't
Yeah.
he?
Yeah. And I'll happily play him in Waterdeep 2.
Yeah.
But I'm more and more convinced that I'm going to end up being the charlatan sorcerer guy.
We'll see what you say at the end of all the one-shots.
Yeah, you
Very
can
true.
change your mind.
When he's dead.
Yeah.
Kieran will be like, no, can't play that one. He's dead now.
Squash.
Either that or Rotanis, just because that would be really fun. Playing wild magic sorcerer.
Okay.
Don't know yet.
So,
Not even thought about it.
we'll see. But
Yeah,
wait for
we
the
will.
one-shots, Hannah, and then you
Yeah.
can play different and then just...
Yeah.
Right. So, you're doing watches overnight, or you're not really doing it in the tavern?
No, Parath wouldn't.
Severus wouldn't. He trusts in the establishment.
I imagine Nasadi wouldn't.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
She'll watch
So-
the floor.
One thing Nasadi does need to do is roll a... Where is it? Hangover. How drunk was she? Drunk. Then. Oh, here. Can you roll a D8? And then what's her constitution modifier?
0.
Ooh.
So she's hungover for 7 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Ouch.
Which means you're poisoned.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
What was...
Yeah. So you wake up. I imagine you probably waking up quite early. I'm not sure. Well, Nasadi probably wouldn't be. She probably had to be dragged out of bed. You'd have all had individual rooms, so your characters could have relaxed a bit on their own for once, which must have been quite nice for everyone. Maybe except Jurgen. Yeah.
Parath would have just slept on the floor. Even though there's a bed right next to him. He doesn't like soft beds.
Fair enough.
Severus would have slept in bed and probably thought a bit of home and his family and done some private prayers to Torm and hoped
any
he's
of-
doing the right thing.
Would any of them have done their hobbies, like a little bit before they went to bed?
Yeah, I think Parath would have done maybe a little bit of poetry writing, maybe, about their journey so far.
Yeah, roll for it. Alright, 11. So, table. So you get an invigorating session. The work toward your hobby today is invigorated. You gain a charisma-based checks and saves, as well as at 1 point toward efficiency. So
Sweet.
go into a little hobby points. Oh god, he's gone up to 2.
Yes.
Nice.
Wow.
Did you change it,
So
Kieran?
yeah, I did.
Okay, thank you.
Jurgen 100% would have done some drawing. This time he'd probably be drawing. Did he mention earlier?
Draw the religious lady.
Well, he didn't really like jibe with her, amazingly. He was drawing the Sardi, but he's probably finished that up. He was drawing Garthol and Henrietta. Probably would have drawn Horace and Juliet that night. Obviously, no one would have seen. So, can you roll for him, Lewis?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
14.
Encouraging session. You had 1 point of proficiency to another member and yourself. So I wonder. He probably would have slipped the drawing under Horace's door after he was done.
That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. It's like you think someone's spying on you.
He doesn't see anything wrong with it. So later I'll add in one. Horace probably would have talked to Juliet for a bit before he went to bed in one of her rooms, and they would have gone to separate rooms. Henriette was too wasted as well, so yeah.
Sorry, wouldn't have done her hobby, but she would have definitely stared at the sparkling minerals in her low collection.
I can just imagine her going next to the fire and be like, "Look how they sparkle!"
Oh yeah.
What do you like to do to relax? I like to get high and look at my rocks. Oh yeah.
And imagine Henrietta would have like asked lots of questions, like, "What's that one? What's that one?" I mean, you'd just be like,
Yeah.
"Just let me look at the rocks."
What is a name, man? Don't put a label on them.
Perfect.
Okay. So next day, who do you think would have come down first?
Probably Severus.
Mm-hmm. Across the room, Severus, you hear this guy shout, "You want it under the mountain black iron ale for breakfast? It goes down right proper."
Sure, yes, thank you, sir. Most kind.
You see him wiping down a glass. He's like, "Oh yeah, something important happened overnight. You probably better know."
What is it?
Sir, the city's been quarantined. Said
What?
The guard said there was news from Waterdeep, and the city's been quarantined. So no one in, no one
from
out.
here or Waterdeep?
Well, it said message from Waterdeep, so well, I don't know what that means.
Waterdeep has been quarantined.
No, this city has been quarantined after a message from Waterdeep.
The city received a message from Waterdeep, and now this city has been quarantined.
Exactly.
Right. Oh, God. That's quite the message to receive in the morning. Well, that
So,
makes
didn't you
decisions
come in
easier.
from Waterdeep?
Yes.
No one else came in. What was it? Did you send a message or something?
You think it's to do with us?
Well, you're the only people who arrived yesterday. Can't see how else they got a message, unless it's via magic or something.
Oh, wow, that's not Severus being stupid, that's Tom.
Wait, I blanking too. I don't get it.
The letter we got from the courier.
Oh, of course, yeah. God, I wonder what that said.
Yeah.
You can link it together.
Good
you know
thing I'm
everything.
playing Lawful Good and didn't look at it!
What, Kieran?
Well, from the other campaign, you can probably guess who it's from. Woo!
I'm trying to think what it would be.
Spoke to Naxora, didn't they? Or oh, can't remember.
I'm trying to think what timing this was with the rest of the campaign.
Can you remember what the guys that Father Bagshot said?
Oh,
Yeah, I remember. I remember that. Yeah, but oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
Father Bagshot says, "Oh, I'm a happy little halfling, and I'll cure your problems." That's what Tom hears when Father Bagshot's talking. What did he say, Lewis? I don't remember.
He said about cults of Orcus.
Oh shit!
Yeah. But aren't they? They're further ahead than us, though, aren't they? So it must have been like.
They
Yeah,
are.
I suppose we haven't been.
He said he'd sent a message, and he'd been anxiously waiting to see if anything came.
Yeah.
Ah.
God, if Severus finds out there's cult of Orcus activity here, we're never leaving. Are you kidding me? An evil cult! Arconanauts assemble! Yeah, Severus would grab some food. He'll pay for brekkie first.
Yep, they have what they have on the menu. It's all the same price, but
Yep.
the menu doesn't change much. You see Vicelin's sort of half drinking, half looking worried on the table over there.
Oh, if she's here, he'd join her.
Okay.
The city's
Yeah.
in quarantine.
I heard. Don't suppose you know why. They said it was from deep.
We found a letter on the person of a courier that died. We were unable to save her. She was gravely wounded. We
So
brought
it's-
the letter to the townsmaster.
Wow, that's worrying. At this point, so Juliet and Horace come down. And they sort of sit down, and Horace is like, "We didn't come down together." Thinking, if you know, and he looks at Juliet, and he's like, "You know, we didn't. It wasn't like that."
Severus is just looking at him the whole time he said it. What?
Can Parath do an insight check on them?
Is Parath down as well?
He would have come down, yeah. He would have just been sitting there quietly, I think.
Yeah, sure.
I think Severus would actually do an insight check as well, because Horace is being weird. But Severus's insight is a -1.
Can you roll deception for Horace, Tom?
Of course.
Do it for
That's a
Juliet.
straight roll.
So,
Day 5.
Yeah, both Parath and Severus.
you do get the idea that maybe something illicit went on.
They banging.
Oh, day
Nothing
bang.
weird. I was just helping Juliet look after the baby. Isn't that right, Juliet? She's like, yes.
Severus smiles at Parath.
You smell of passion.
Severus buries his face in his drink.
She's like, Rosalind's like, oh, they. She kind of laughs, getting a little out of it. No, yes, okay, maybe we're an item now, but it doesn't have to be a thing. Not like that girl in the shop said, right, Juliet? And Juliet's like, you don't need to be so embarrassed. And he's like, I'm just not used to it.
Severus puts down his mug from covering his face and says, "That makes you mistress of carts now."
Well, as long as I'm not mistress of babies, I suppose that's fine.
No.
You should be proud of such a thing, boy. In my homelands, a man would sing for a woman's love upon conquering such a thing.
I might have done some singing before, but I didn't after. And Juliet's just like, he wasn't very good. No, I mean, it's singing, not...
God, I can't imagine anything more intimidating than this huge Goliath guy being like, "You should be proud of doing that," and you're just there like, "I am, I guess. Please stop talking." Severus just looks quite pleased. Romance within the Arconanauts.
Eventually, Henrietta comes and she's like, "Oh, that was a one. Had a good night. Nasadia's enjoying herself."
Did you roll for her hangover?
She's
or would she not get it because she's a dwarf?
Yeah, she wasn't as affected because she was a dwarf.
Nice.
As Henrietta said that, Parath would have looked over like,
Did you also partake in romantic activities?
No, I've got a bit bored of Garforlum, to be honest. Still in bed.
I was referring to Miss Grerin.
Well, I think she had a nice night with her gems.
I see.
And on cue, she comes down.
How did she look?
Pretty rough. try and hide it a little bit, but nah, she's just like, I think I need a bit more of that. What was it called again?
Under a Mountain Black Eye Nail or Dreamflake?
Bit both.
Horace is like, it definitely was Moorish, but
Certainly.
Severus is telling us about something going on in the city.
You
We're-
found out more about the missing people?
We're under quarantine.
Oh. Okay. I assume
think-
that means we can't leave.
I think it might have something to do with the letter we brought.
I see. Is this a sneaking out mission then?
Well, I meditated on the matter in my prayers to Torm last night, and I decided that I wanted to stay and fix whatever's wrong here. Anyway, or at least find out what exactly is happening.
You think it'll interfere with our mission?
I do. I don't think there's any other way to say it. To be most efficient, we would carry on, though. If we're quarantined, then we can't, and to sneak out would be to break the law, which I couldn't do.
It might be really hard to sneak out as well if they're observing our carts at the stables.
That's very
true.
true. We'd need to take the carts with us.
A
Perhaps
distraction can be made, though.
What did Severus do with a box?
it's with the carts. It's with the carts, I think.
Okay, just getting that straight. Okay.
Severus is very trusting of the system. He's a good boy paladin. When the guy was like, "Oh, look after your carts," he's like, "Okay, carts looked after."
They got a key, though, don't? Who's got the key?
Yeah, he'd have the key.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Parath has the key. I can't remember.
Yeah, I
how
think
it's set up.
Parath has the key because the box
Yeah,
and
he
the key
does.
can't be same places.
he's wearing it around his neck.
Proudly
I
showing off.
mean, would Severus have taken it with him? I certainly didn't say so. And I do think Severus trusts the system to a T.
Okay.
But
let's-
also, it's a really big duty kind of thing. And they
Yeah.
did say at the start that Severus would hold the box and Parath would hold the key.
I think you would also know that in like a city and town, there's always going to be thieves.
Yeah, he would be aware of that. Does that seem fair that he would have taken the box?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. I'll note it in my inventory. Le box.
I like the little poem, Lewis.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
poem's fucking awesome. We are
Yeah.
Arconauts.
I'm trying to write a little one for each time he does it.
Lockbox.
Yeah. It's really
What
cute.
would the weight of the box be, Kieran?
It'd be heavy.
£20? £30?
Trying to think how.
Holy
Probably-
shit. Severus, Sorry, go
20. It's a small, very heavy box.
30
So-
pounds?
So like a jewelry box, but made out of something very heavy.
30 pounds.
Yeah.
That's fine. I was like, I've got a lot of weight carried, but then I looked at Severus's carrying capacity and I was like, fucking hell, doesn't matter. I'm jacked as hell. Well, we're stuck here then. Doesn't really change my plan. I wanted to speak to the townsmaster today. I'd like you all to be there.
Okay.
Of course, Captain. You shall have me by your side.
He smiles. That will be a
And
comfort,
Ilmater.
as, of course. Well, unless anyone has errands they wish to run, exploring the shops again. I wish to
Well,
speak with the townsmaster as soon as possible.
I mean, I'm still kind of curious as to what's causing missing people. Must be some kind of enemy that
Perhaps
we
this
should probably know about.
Perhaps this quarantine is related.
Maybe.
Do we need any goods for the carts or in general?
The townsmaster said he would restock the carts in. But,
I mean, like, you know, general goods, which, oh god, I don't know how to just explain it.
potions of healing.
Yes.
We could do with anything that could aid us in battle, yes.
I acquired enough myself.
The little shopkeeper lady didn't seem particularly useful.
No?
No. She was a bit dim.
I see. Well, as long as she can take gold and hand over goods, I suppose.
Just about, I think.
It's your
Wow.
fault, Hannah.
Yup.
we can head there on the way. I see no harm in that.
Okay.
Vicelin's like, do you want me to come with you?
If you don't mind, I think having a representative of your church here would lend authority to the discussion.
The stone shaft dwarfs are also very mistrusting of people, well, water Davians. It may help to for relations if I was there.
Thank you.
Okay. So you heading back out into Thornhold?
Yes, though as they're walking out, Severus would speak to Nasadi and say, you speak of finding the cause of these disappearances. Do you have any idea how?
I think she said BRB.
Oh shit.
I think she's getting off food. Sorry.
Grab a dab dab.
It's alright.
It's
I hope everyone likes my little dwarven place.
great.
I love it.
You're really good at fleshing out world building. I find it so hard to do in Wildman, and you're just like, yeah,
Look.
like knocking it out with ease almost. You make it look easy anyway.
I think I just always build it up and up and up. I don't know. I think it might just be something I'm decent at in general.
Yeah, you are. You're definitely better.
Finding this picture took so fucking long.
Than me. Yeah. Trying
There
to
was-
make art in general is just so difficult.
There wasn't any like pictures of Thornhold really, like in the lore. So I thought this one looked quite nice.
No, it looks great.
I love the idea of the dwarves being underneath it.
Yeah, that's really cool.
And they just emerge up, just like, you alright?
Yeah, a lot of this I came up with my own story, and then because I bought what was that book that I bought? The
Skag.
yeah, Skag. I bought Skag, so because I thought it'd be useful for Arconanauts, so I used like a load of that, and then put my own thing on top of it.
That's awesome.
And then whenever people travel up and down here again, we'll have some placeholder.
Oh yeah, baby. You best believe.
I really hope that you've taken the idea of that Pirate's Tale, Tom.
Pirate. Oh, okay.
Morkov.
Yeah, let's just say that was already on my radar.
Do you like the pirate story that I wrote?
There's some really cool sea-based enemies in D&D. I loved it, man. Yeah, some of the imagery was awesome, and I loved the him. And then the captain, he was cowering within the cabin.
I love making really like suspicious characters and then have them be like, no, he's just crazy. Like that fucking Elva Orango. Why are you saying there's people on the bridge? And I just fucking with you.
When you spend your life walking around alone, you have to make your own fun. It's so fun. The whole time I'm playing Severus, it's like having the devil and the angel on your shoulder. The whole time I'm playing Severus, I'm like, if I was playing a different type of character, all of this would go down so differently. Like like Arango. If I was playing a different kind of character, he would have been like picked up by the scruff of the neck and just be like, "Why are you fucking with us? What's going on?" But Severus is just like, "On your way."
I really see why Lewis chose to do the city stuff like this. Sometimes, like in the shops. I really like the backgrounds. Like, I don't know. I think like in the second Waterdeep, I'll do some of it like this.
I think it helps with theatre of the mind more. Whilst battle maps, the only problem with battle maps is I don't know. For me, like sometimes they present stuff in a very particular way, and it doesn't like thrill my imagination as much as sometimes the pictures do.
Yeah, I see. Because I like shops. That's why I copied it from your Stradon list, where the shops are like these backgrounds.
Yeah.
But somewhere like the Yawning Portal, I'd leave as a battle map. It seemed, and like the Travellers on the Road are like the background. But the only thing I think it does, I mean, if you put like a background, it's like, oh, we can't have like, if you have a battle map, it's like feels more like combat. But if you have a thing, it feels like you can't do combat more. But it's hard to like gel those two together. Like you can do both if you want. I don't know.
Yeah, it is difficult to.
You don't want to be biased on anyone. I think you don't want to put a bias. Like this is a battle scene. It's like, yeah.
That's why I really love some of the map posts you see on Reddit where they have both a background style and a battle map version of the same thing.
Yeah.
Because that would feel really cool to play with people's preconceptions. To start them off on the background thing, and they're just like, there's not going to be any combat. And it's just like, roll initiative, bitches! And you switch to the battle map version of it.
Yeah. I like that as well.
It's just, It's been nice doing Arconauts because it's let me experiment with like different stuff and how to do it. And... Yeah.
Done a great job with it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love it.
I also think it would be really nice having like when anyone in our other campaign go to like say if we're doing like your thing, say if for some reason we went to Thornhold and like Tom's your mine, I could be like, well, I've already got the assets. I can just send them to you. Like,
yes.
Like this map of Thornhold, like some of the backgrounds. So it's just like it remains consistent.
Yeah.
And it's a lot less work for everyone if someone. It's like if Tom made Amphail, we'd all help make Amphail, and then eventually we could just reuse it as much as we wanted.
Which we will have to do.
Yeah.
Amphail gets its own chapter.
Damn. Didn't know that.
God, didn't know you put in
Oh,
cheese.
chapter.
Whole chapter, in a way, a way.
Interesting.
I will reveal no more. But yeah, Ampho will play a big part.
What was Severus going to say to Nasadi?
Oh yes, he was just going to say, you said about finding the cause of the disappearances. How would you go about doing that?
Well, I was just asking around, rumours get out about people seeing stuff. That didn't really come to any fruition yesterday, though. I'm not really sure of another way. I mean,
Your
Do you?
tracking skills have served us well out in the wilds, but I don't know if they translate to the cobbled streets here.
I mean, I could try, but they don't always translate well, or necessarily to the thing that you seek to track.
Indeed. Well, perhaps we can question this shopkeep.
Yeah.
Yeah, heading towards Bubbles Baubles.
Okay, Garthorlum hadn't got up by the time he left, and Henrietta was like, "Oh, let's just leave him." And Horace is like to Juliet, like, "It's probably safer if you stay here. Like, we don't know what's going to happen out there."
God, we've turned her into a fucking nursemaid. You can look after the baby.
She would have agreed a lot because of what Paraf said.
Mm-hmm.
Paraf's a dick, but
So, as you walk down towards Bubbles Baubles again, it's even more desolate than it was the other day. When you get to this gate, they definitely remind you that there's a lockdown, but you can go between areas of the city.
Yep.
Like, begrudgingly, he opens the gate for you, and you continue down, much the same as yesterday. And I'll go over to Bubbles Bauble.
Paraf would definitely wait outside.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Nasadi's gonna just watch from the doorway.
He found her very irritating.
Who is it? Horace would go in. I think Jurgen would also go in. So he's walking through the door first.
Severus.
So as she sees you, she's like, "Hello, Mr. Man!"
Good morning, madam. We wish to purchase any potions of healing that you may have in this lovely shop.
Are those the red ones?
My experience has been that they are most often red in colour, yes?
She looks around. It's on the shelf up there. I can't reach it though. It's up there.
Perhaps I could help you?
And at this time, she sees Jurgen walk in. She's like, "Hello, other man." And he's like, "Yes, hello, lady."
I could help you reach the shelf or reach it for you.
Oh, yeah, if you stand below the shelf, I'll jump on you. Yeah.
Okay. Severus goes and stands below the shelf.
Okay, she's gonna... So she jumps from the desk onto your shoulders. She, like, catches the shelf. It looks almost like the shelf's gonna, like, collapse on top of you, Severus. But she, like, jumps off, and you see one of the potions of healing to the floor. She's got a few in her hand. Can you do a dexterity saving throw to see if you catch it?
Oh god. I may use inspiration. I will... Oh my god, I rolled right in the middle! I will not use inspiration.
So, you go to snatch it, but it just crashes on the floor.
Damn.
It seeps into the floorboards. She's like, "Whoops! Oh well!"
Well... At least they're not all broken, I suppose. How many do you have?
She picks them up. She's like, there's 1, 2, 3. And there was 4, but it went smash on.
Indeed, it did. How much are you charging, madam? I'd like to purchase all 3.
She's gonna randomly generate a number. Well, for 3 of them, it's. How do I do this? So she's gonna do it, but okay. So 97 times 3. What's that?
200. Nope, I went the wrong way. 90.
It's like 300.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, well.
291.
291. No, wait.
That's quite a lot.
Wait. She's trying to do the maths in her head. I know, like, is that 10? 10 gold from all.
10 gold for all 3 potions?
Yeah, but one of them's 97 pieces, and then there's 3, so 10.
No, madam. 3 times 97 is 291.
Well, that's a much bigger number than 10.
Yes. I wouldn't want to... Well... Yeah, that's the correct amount. I don't currently have 291 gold pieces. Allow me to confer with my companions. I'll be back in just a moment.
Okay, Mr. Man.
He smiles and nods and heads back outside. Well, she drives a hard bargain.
Jesus Christ. I'm choking on my food.
The price is set at 291 gold for 3 healing potions.
That's
She
quite
charged
high,
me
isn't it?
only 100 for 2 yesterday.
Wow. She did say 10 gold, but that wasn't right, so I didn't want to take advantage. She seems a little confused.
Dim.
Well, maybe. She at the window.
No, she's doing something else.
Well, I have 37 gold currently, and I'd like to sell this. And pulls out from his bag a set of old chainmail. Which should fetch something. I think maybe I could buy one of the potions. Does anybody wish to buy the others?
They're a bit expensive.
True.
Maybe you could haggle her down.
For the same reason, I feel I don't wish to take advantage.
Pav, didn't you say she stole them yesterday? I can't remember.
What?
She made some passing comment. I have no insight
Severus
into whether
frowns.
it is true or not.
Severus frowns and marches back in the shop.
Okay, so when Severus comes back in, with his passive perception, he can't see her.
Madam?
Fuck me.
Well.
Is he gonna look for her or not? The patients are sitting on the table.
He's not gonna take him. He's an honourable boy.
Okay.
He'll wait for a minute or so. Just kind of tapping his foot.
You hear some giggling from over here.
Madam, are you here?
No.
Where's the voice coming from?
Down here.
Severus would come over and try and see where she is.
So as you come over, she's like, "Boo! I got you!"
You did. You got me. Well, my companions brought up a concerning matter. They said that there was some implication of these goods being stolen.
What goods?
Your goods here in the shop.
Oh,
Everything.
You mean the stuff?
Yes? Yeah.
Well, well, no. No, I'm good. I'm a goodie. I'm not a baddie.
So it's not stolen?
Nope.
Oh, that's a relief. They must have misunderstood. With the potions, I'm afraid, with the price, my companions don't want to buy their own. I wondered if, between my gold on hand and this set of chainmail,
What?
you might be willing to trade.
You've got a golden hand?
No, it's a phrase. I just mean
Oh.
the gold pieces I have with me.
Oh, I thought you meant you were going to give me a gold hand.
I would if I could.
Give the girl a gold hand.
I'm not Langsam, fuck!
Have you put the chainmail on the desk?
Yeah, he'd take the chainmail out and put it on the desk.
How
It's-
shiny is it?
It's Severus's. He'd have kept it clean. It's fairly shiny, but it has been used a lot, so I imagine it's also somewhat burnished.
She looks at it, it's like, it's shiny in some places, but it's not shiny in others.
Well, I can speak from experience. I'm standing here in front of you. It keeps its wearer safe and alive. And I have, let's say, alongside the chainmail, a further 30 gold pieces for the single potion.
Wait, do I get the chainmail or do I get the gold?
Both.
Oh. For the potions.
Well,
Because there's one smashed on the floor, you can have that as well if
that's fine. Ugh, God. Tom's brain's like, Severus is a good boy. Well, this is how I'm working it out. Each potion you've told me is worth 97 gold.
Yeah.
The
Wait,
chainmail.
who said that?
You did. Not long ago.
I thought I said they were... Hang on. I thought they were 84!
That's not what you said before. Are you telling me that's the price now?
I don't know! How much should they be?
You're the shopkeeper. You're meant to tell me how much they should be.
She starts counting on her hands. I think they should be...
This is how murder hobos are made.
No! They should be 92 each.
Fucking hell, these T10s are fucking me over. Okay, that's close. 92. So I was thinking, as the chainmail is in good fighting condition, still maybe worth 50 gold, and then I've got 30 gold of my own. I know it doesn't make it to 92, but I thought perhaps, as it is quite an expensive price anyway, that you might be willing to part with one of the potions for the chainmail and the gold.
Wait, I thought he wanted all the potions.
I do, but I don't have the the money.
But you're giving me the chainmail and the money, so that's all free, yeah?
No. You don't understand. With the amount you set for one potion, which you have just now said is 92, the chainmail and the...
I thought they were 92. Oh,
God bless you, Dice. Yes, that's correct. And the chainmail plus my own 30 gold is roughly 92 for one potion. So I'll just take the one.
So you're gonna fight the baddies with them?
Well, I will fight the baddies with my sword. And he pulls out the pirate's cutlass, which he's now using.
And she's like, oh, that's...
But the potion will help keep me alive and fighting the baddies, yes.
Well, maybe you could give me the chainmail and the money, and I'll give you the potion.
Because you want them to help me fight the baddies.
Yeah, I don't like baddies, they're bad.
Oh my god. The corruption! Severus kind of rummages through his bag a bit. What do you think of... this! And he takes out a candle.
Oh. But where's the fire?
I do have a tinderbox. He uses his tinderbox to light the candle.
Oh. He put it. She tries to like touch it. And she's like, "Oh, it's hot. I like it."
He takes out 4 more candles and puts them down. I'll throw these in as well. I feel...
Wait, don't you need the candles to fight the baddies?
I want you to keep the candles so you can keep wishing me good thoughts to help me fight the baddies.
Right. Yeah, that sounds good. If you're gonna fight the baddies, yeah, sure.
Okay. And he puts down the chainmail, the gold, and 5 candles, one of them lit currently, and he gently sort of reaches over, smiling at her, and takes the 3 potions of healing.
She's just like looking at the candles. Thanks,
Well.
Mr. Man.
No, thank you for aiding in our fight against the baddies. Well, good day.
Come back soon. I'm always here.
Okay,
Bye, Mr. Man. Have a good day.
you too. And he steps out of the shop into the street with a 1,000-yard stare on his face.
Fuck me. Jesus Christ.
That was so hard!
That broke me.
10 gold, all free, yeah? No.
Tweedledee and
God.
Tweedledummer.
I need to play my charlatan sorcerer. He'd been like, fucking, let's go. Time to clean her out.
As soon as the 10 gold, it was like, yep, done.
God.
Severus, like, I don't know what I believe in anymore. Right, we're all here. Who doesn't have a potion of healing?
Hold up.
Going to take mine. Remove the chainmail. And the candles.
Oh, I'm so full now.
Fucking bubbles.
I just can't wait for you to play the orcish version.
Not Farmitage Funnel Cake.
Yeah.
God.
I want a shopkeeper that's an orc that rolls for the coin cost of everything.
Cross went up. Cross went down. Cross went up.
But he wouldn't be like Bubbles and be like, it will help you fight the baddies.
Be
Just
cool
be like,
to run
can't
an-
pay the money, gonna beat the shit out
It'd
of
be
you.
cool to run an actual shop like that. They called it like Gambler's Fallacy or something. Every item costs what I rolled it to cost.
Nasali doesn't have one, but it's in Henrietta, so. Do you?
Okay. He would give one to each of them then.
Paris got 2, but he's keeping them for himself because,
He liked that.
well, if someone asked him, he'd give them, but he
He's
bought...
also at the front.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, Severus will keep one for himself, give one to Henrietta and one to Nasadi. Severus wants to be a good leader, man. Well, to the garrison, then.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you wander back down the street. Again, quiet. The guard lets you through begrudgingly. And you're all led to the Thornhold garrison, where, as Severus, as you approach, the guards are like, Ruby, I want to talk to you. You sent people to the Hall of Eternal Glory, but it turns out you weren't there.
They must have just missed us, but I'm here now with my companions, the Arconanauts, and she said she wasn't the Feanor, right? Or she was the Feanor?
She is, like, training to be a Feanor.
Okay. I think Severus is still address her as Feanor.
What is Feanor?
It's like a cleric of, whatever.
Barona.
Cleric of Verona.
And your Feanor is with us too.
Looks at her, and he's like, I guess she can go in as well. Was this your whole party? Are they...
No. One of our number is back at the hall.
Only one?
She's taking care of a young baby.
Ah, well, select 2 to go in with you. The others will have to wait out here.
Oh. Is including the Feanor?
I sort of like sigh. Like, she can go in, she's a stone shaft.
How rough does Nasadi look?
Well, just poison, so.
Well, Severus would immediately be like, Deep Hunter, if you would stand with me.
Yes, Captain.
And then in his head it's between Jurgen and Nasadi.
Well, Sally's looking a bit extra green today.
Who would he want him sort of presenting himself? Definitely wants Deep Hunter.
But then Jurgen is a bit weird.
Yeah, you could say something weird. Nasadi's sensible, and Severus does recognise that she thinks in quite a different way to him, which is useful. Yeah, Nasadi, would you come in as well?
Sure, I will.
So they part. Like, he's waiting for you.
Right. Severus walks in.
So again, he's not by the window this time. He's just sort of waiting by the armor. Sort of looks like he's not fuming, but it's hard to tell in his armor. But he looks very stern. Hang on, just need to get something.
It's Hobbit Severus.
Hello. No, fucking hell.
God.
See, I like to
Kieran's
imagine
like-
like
Kieran's
Phoenix
like-
Wright games where you're like, we're in first person looking at him.
Oh yeah. Kieran's ideal world is just halflings and orcs hanging out
Yeah.
together, living their
100%.
life.
So, he sees you come in. It's like, I was looking for you. After the news that you delivered yesterday, I didn't have time to read it until shortly after you were gone.
Well, I wish to give you the privacy of your chambers. I apologize. We set out early from the hall, but we're here now. This is Nasadi Grerin, our master of nature, and
She nods.
this is Deep Hunter, great warrior of the Arconanauts and his people.
Greetings.
Greetings to both of you. I'll be blunt. I was purposefully laconic yesterday. You're Waterdavians and outsiders. To be delivering such good news, and you're part of an adventuring party, well, maybe we could use your help after all. And he holds the letter back out to you, Severus.
Mm-hmm. Severus would take it as it's held towards him.
He's like, what do you think of this? And I'll show you it again. And I've added the
Just write notes. Oh. Commander Rubii, we have grave news and are fearful we could not contact you sooner. We have ample evidence that an insidious cult headed by Prelate Stoneshaft is operating out of Thornhold. Any mention of Orcus should be dealt with swiftly. We are entrusting you to lock down Thornhold and not allow any deviant elements to leave the walls. We are mustering relief, but please be vigilant. May the Triad watch over you and grant you strength. Father Bagshot, High Priest of the Temple of Tyr, Waterdeep, Grand Master of the Gauntlet. Okay, so Severus would read that and see Orcus. I feel like Severus would know who Orcus is.
yeah, it's so misaligned with
Yeah, and he would do a lot of asking and reading about what evil must be banished, what have you. He looks up, and as he looks up, he passes the letter to whoever's closest to him, Nasadi or Parath, but to the two of them.
Lies it over here.
Would both of us know what Orcus is?
I think he would, because he is quite a huge evil.
Okay. Yeah.
A demon
This is-
lord.
Incredibly alarming, sir. Had I
Right.
known the contents of the letter, I would have stayed and waited for your answer.
If I knew what this evil was, I would have said sooner, but I was unsure, and having to be dutiful, and it's my place to be under the Castellan. I do not take these actions usually without his consent, but seeing as he is the cause of a problem, and it has confirmed my suspicions, I had to do what was best for the city.
Hmm.
The Castellan is Prelate Stoneshaft?
It is a Ortodavian word for the Castellan here.
Ah.
We do not normally trust missives from Waterdeep, but with the suspicions of a Marjester family visiting before, I guess they're connected. And this Father Bagshot knows something about them.
Father Bagshot is a well thought of. He's a great man, and I certainly would trust his judgment. Sir, you have our full aid, whatever we can do to help combat this grave threat.
looks at Nasadi. What was Nasadi going to say?
I was just gonna say, ask whether it had anything to do with the missing people.
I, or my guards, have seen things delivered in and out of the enclave within the fortress before the curfew. We did not know what these things were, but the frequency of them became much higher after the Margaster visit. I guess I should tell you how I came to these suspicions.
Information is important.
The Margaster heir came to Thornhold a month ago on a mission of seemingly amiable intent, making peace with the Castellan. Everything seemed at first to be fine after they left. During the visit, there was a grand gesture offered to the Castellan and his daughters. They were gifted 3 rings made from Moradin knows what. They were beautiful and said to have some form of power. The Castellan was rather taken with the air of the Margasters and graciously accepted them. Then the shipments started arriving into the Enclave, and that's where my suspicions first started. Then seeing blood in the grand hall within the Enclave, it was not usual. After Ebonir, the younger daughter, fell ill, the Castellan seemed to go mad, and his other daughter had outbursts, random violent outbursts, which were most uncharacteristic of her. And after her death, they absconded into the Enclave and haven't been seen since. I have heard my guards say he sort of like grimaces, people sneaking in and out of the Enclave, and I have since bolted the door with heavy chains to ensure that nothing comes in and out. I was really at a loss what to do.
I do not envy you your position, sir. You've had difficult decisions to make.
My men they've said they have seen not demons, but unholy constructs roaming in and out, before I locked the gates, but he sort of grimaces. I did not take heed to what they said. It seems so improbable.
Constructs like, what did they look like?
They said men made of flesh, but distorted.
Okay.
What do you intend to do now?
I was considering sending a contingent of men into the Enclave, as I do not know what resides within, and I'd rather not risk my own men. The only other course of action would be to wait for this relief, Waterdeep, but the people of the city would be most unhappy letting a Waterdavian contingent into the walls.
Well, you already have a Waterdavian contingent inside your walls, sir. We would proudly represent the city in providing you aid. We are a mighty band. We have faced down evils already on our travels here, though varied and eclectic.
Hmm.
Perhaps we could venture into the Enclave ourselves.
If you're willing to do that for us, I would accept. And if you are successful in finding the root cause of whatever's going on, there will be compensation provided. I would do not take hasty action. If the Castellan is a good man, if he has been corrupt, I do not know what's gone on in there. It just sort of shrugs.
What ways are there into the Enclave, sir?
It resides within the centre of the fortress. I can lead you to the barred doors. That's the only way in and out that we know of.
Alright. Then our path seems clear. Deep Hunter, Nasadi? Do you have thoughts on the matter?
You can see Nasadi's looking really unsure. Is this really what we need to do, Severus? This is way above what we promised.
These people are in need. Even from a selfish standpoint, I don't see how we can continue our quest. We're simply waiting around.
On principle, I cannot let you leave the city while this catastrophe is still active.
Then it seems we have no choice but to go forward and deal with this problem head on.
Do we know the nature of the threat more so than it's just what you've described? It could be beyond our abilities.
Believe with our minds and arms as one, there is little beyond our abilities, Nasadi. We are the Arconanauts. We've faced down gnolls, we've faced down trolls, we've faced down horrors along the way.
Well said,
It is one thing being brave and lucky than to be foolish and go head first into something you don't know too much about.
Wow. You can't always know what lies ahead, but you can decide how to face it.
Your cowardness does not suit you well, Miss Grerin. Honor calls.
You call it cowardice, and I call it being thoughtful.
As I said, if you solve it, there will be or you can just wait in the Hall of Eternal Glory. I will attempt what I can in the meantime.
Do you wish to drown your sorrows whilst our mission is delayed by acts of pure evil?
I'm not against doing the mission, but it won't be for a holy cause as for you two. It'll just be...
It's not holy for me.
What is it for you then, Para?
Like I said, honor calls for us, and we must answer it. It is a good day to die.
I mean, I prefer life, but hey. I'm not against doing the mission, but I think we should definitely consider what we can do to prepare for it, at least.
There it is. Life or death that awaits us. Under Torm's gaze, we will meet it in glory. Sir, we will do this. Nasadi, I'm not blind to your thoughts. If we can gather information or scout somehow, I would do so. But I think we must do this.
She nods.
Well, whenever you're ready, I can lead you up to the fortress. If that's what you have decided.
I would speak with the remaining of our companions.
Of course.
We will send word with your guard once we're ready.
You may. He looks over at the Vicelin. It's like, I assume you're taking a stone shaft dwarf with you. She looks able.
Only if she wishes it. Severus looks at Vicelin.
I can't have anything as evil as in the city for any longer. I'm willing to do what I can to try and fight it.
Severus kind of nods and smiles at her. And you are an honorary Arconanaut, madam. You stand with us. By your leave, Townsmaster, I would go and speak with our people
Commander.
now. Commander.
Nods.
Okay. Severus turns.
Is everyone else going out?
Yep.
Yep.
So you convene outside.
Arconanauts, we have been called upon by the commander here. There is a foul kernel of evil here in the fortress to do with, and he sort of lowers his voice slightly, to do with Orcus, a great evil. We must see it purged from this place.
By Ilmater's will, we will destroy this.
Well said, Jürgen. There is only one entrance, so it will be a frontal assault. The Feanor has kindly agreed to join us. If anybody needs time to prepare, now is the time to speak up.
We should not delay.
So it's like, we should definitely delay a few hours.
Our enemies wait and grow in power with each minute we spend conversing.
Evil does tend to grow.
There must be ways. There must be ways in and out of the abducted off the street. If we don't know where they are, then I guess we can't use them.
I am with Deep Hunter. I am keen to strike in with daylight with us.
I mean, I got a bit of a hangover.
Did she say that?
Yeah.
Severus is like, we can't let such things interfere with the purity of our purpose, Nasadi. You are an Arconanaut. You have a duty to uphold.
If you
That's
cannot
true.
handle a
Maybe
warrior's drink, then you are not a warrior.
Well, I guess that's true. Maybe I can use my bleh.
Oh,
Just looking at Vicelin stat sheet.
level 20.
No, definitely.
Level 20 war cleric.
Okay, none of that. What's thingy got on him at the moment?
Who?
Meteor swarm.
Horace.
Mr. Cleric.
Oh, Jurgen.
No.
What do you mean?
Has he got lesser restoration?
I think, yeah, because I think, yeah,
Yeah, he
life
does.
clerics always have it prepared, I think.
Seeing as Jurgen is so like that, he'd be like, by Ilmater's will, I will banish the hangover. Touch Nasadi and cast lesser restoration.
Jurgen, you could have done that earlier. But thank you.
One must suffer for their actions, as Ilmater did.
I knew that was coming. I couldn't wait for it. Hangovers are good for the soul. How about now, Nasadi?
Yeah, we can go now.
Okay.
Alright.
Well, we should consider preparing first, as you say.
We know where they lie. Let us waste no more time on this.
At least have an idea of numbers, surely.
If we strike hard and fast, their numbers will not matter.
I'm not too
Okay.
sure how we would ascertain numbers, Nasadi. There is only one entrance unless you want to scale the cliffs.
Would Nasadi ask the commander when they go back in?
Yeah. Yeah.
He would say that there are 3 family members. The Castellan and his 2 daughters. One of his daughters is dead. But they did close the enclave with their servant side. So, yeah.
Also, there's been deliveries over and over again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Special delivery.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Is there anything that your characters want to do before they head up?
Nope.
Yeah.
No, Severus doesn't have any pre-battle casting, so...
Nope. Okay, so Commander Ruby Eye, we go back in to get him. He, with purpose, he leads you up the steep sort of path, which goes up into the fortress itself. This place is very large and very grand, almost like contrasting. Well, the size definitely contrasts with dwarves. Like, this place wasn't built by dwarves. It's the things in there, like, it's not to the architecture you would expect for their size.
Mm-hmm.
And he would lead you down winding passages. You can see the grain stonework. It's all very fine but functional, until eventually he would lead you here.
No.
Fucking Kieran maps. You have to zoom out to maximum zoom.
Did you make this, Kieran?
I did.
God damn, you're like a fucking work machine.
I don't really know how I'd find time, seeing it working a lot as well. Probably
Where
all
am
I do
Where am I putting my shit?
down here. Like bottom right.
Bottom right. And
Jürgen der Handballs.
Dragon the Hembrews.
Oh, yeah, thingamajiggy.
One day he'll be sketching some lady in a cafe somewhere, and he'll realise that she's sketching him as well.
It's love.
Then they'll become serial killers.
I want to say big shout out to Horace for, you know.
Yeah, big up to the whore dog.
a hoe dog. Why would you call him the whore dog?
Because he's a man whore.
I like how Horace, after banging Juliet and Juliet banging Horace, woke up, went to leave, and then they found a drawing.
Yeah, man.
And
That's what I mean.
He's just like, fuck. I'm not going to say anything. So, Commander Ruby Eye leads you down this very well decorated corridor, which seems like before seems to branch off to almost a tunnel way. And he'd be like, those tunnels lead down to the stone shaft hold proper. But this is the enclave which administers the city.
I see.
You can see in these paintings, there's like pictures, like old pictures of grand dwarves in armor casting down the Zentarim, and humans who once enslaved them. He gets to this door. He nods at the guards, and there's a heavy lock on the door, and they start to unbolt it for you. He looks to you, Severus. He's like, I hope Moradin be with you in there.
There are many gods watching over us this day. And we shall return, and your city shall be cleansed.
Pushes open the door. So,
What's the light situation?
there's light coming from here. It's quite bright at the moment.
Okay. It's light
I think.
inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as you step in, all of you, it smells very musty, like dusty, but also musty. Like there's this weird tang in the air as you step in.
Delicious.
Everest has his sword drawn. Shing.
So you can see pillars here and here, and a fine carpet which looks a bit frayed at the edges.
Be on your guard, Arconanauts. There are fell creatures ahead of us.
So he pulls out bow and arrow.
Okay.
Look to the defense of your companions. If we
So-
fight together, we will prevail.
Behind you, you hear the door close, and the more perceptive of you hear the locks go back on.
Well, there's no going back now.
They can't risk letting out the evil.
So before you, Severus, you see a giant, almost bronze door here.
Okay.
Wait, before you go forward,
Yep.
would they have asked the commander anything about the layout of this place?
I feel like even if Severus didn't think of it, I feel like Nasadi would have been grilling him the whole way up.
Yeah. Definitely
So-
for the informations.
He would have mentioned a very large central sort of throne room where the Castellan holds court. And he would have said that it's behind large bronze doors.
Okay. Throwing
So
him dead
probably
ahead.
there. He would have said, as you go into the left, there's a large sort of feasting room.
God.
He
Yep.
says there's like a servant's quarters in there for mainly cooking, but they don't have like beds and things there because usually the servants leave.
Okay.
He said it's obviously got the Castellan and his daughter's quarters, bathrooms. There's a sort of workshop, but he said he's never been to it.
Is this all to the left?
No, this is like the whole place. So.
Okay.
But he doesn't know exactly where because he's never been in them. And he said
Yep.
there's sort of like a large, almost like a glory room, with lots of statues, and it's off the right from the central.
Okay. Well, we're here to face down the evil.
Mm-hmm.
If you'd all like to make some perception checks for me.
We must fight these evil ones.
And Severus.
He's wrapped up in his head right
Damn
now.
it.
So, Parath, you hear some like reverberating down this corridor. So coming this way,
Yeah.
you can hear tables being knocked and generally just something moving around. You think it might be
Quite what? Sorry, cut out.
quite a few things like moving around.
Captain, there is movement coming from the westerly direction.
Alright. This isn't a stealth mission. We should face it head on. Form up, Arconanauts.
Okay.
Severus will,
So,
alongside Parath, form a front line.
Parath, as you turn around the corner, you can see a disgusting creature standing before you.
Ugh.
It looks like a completely rotten man. Well, the one you can see looks like a human, completely rotted away. It turns around and looks at your party as you enter and
Paris
lets out
steps
a
forward.
horrific scream. Can you all roll initiative, please?
Hell yeah.
Oh god, I forgot about -2.
Oh.
So if everyone,
Oh, I forgot to
So,
update Jürgen's health when he leveled up.
are we going to stop here for today?
Yeah, that sounds
Yeah,
like a good
it's
place
like a
to
good
stop.
place to stop.
Yeah.
Jinx.
And you roll Jürgen's initiative. There we go.
We'll just if everyone, people like to make nature checks, see if they can identify it, then that is also.
Let's do it. No.
Severus just really lucky.
No.
Nature.
All right. So
Ooh! Natural 20.
as Severus has seen it, this is a rot fiend,
Ooh.
which I'll show you. Because they're not actually in D&D, they're from The Witcher.
I was gonna
Oh,
say,
that's
I
cool.
thought.
What fiends are, everyone can see. Even seeing them is not necessary, so hear their name should be enough to tell anyone what creatures might pose an unpleasant title. Rot fiends resemble decomposing human bodies that have been mostly stripped of their skin. Their presence is given away by an overwhelming sense of rot, which gives them their name.
Interesting.
Explosive fumes.
It's cool.
So yeah. Severus would definitely know.
No, basically, right, so they're baddies.
Yeah, they're baddies.
Oh, yeah. The base.